There is a certain kind of tiredness that sleep alone doesn't fix, a mental noise that lingers even when the room is quiet. Thoughts loop, questions repeat, and the mind keeps searching for something it cannot quite name. In a world that constantly demands attention, it becomes difficult to simply let go. And yet, there has always been another way, one that does not fight the mind, but gently leads it somewhere deeper, slower, and more still. For thousands of years, people have turned to stories to make sense of themselves. Not fast, fragmented content, but stories that carry weight. Stories that unfold slowly, that don't rush to a conclusion, that leave space for reflection. Within them are patterns that repeat across time, struggles with desire, with identity, with control, with meaning. These are not distant or abstract problems. They are the same questions that sit quietly in your own mind at the end of the day. Philosophy, at its core, has always been tied to storytelling. Ideas are remembered not because they are explained, but because they are lived through characters, symbols, and moments that feel real. When you hear a story, something shifts. You stop analyzing and begin experiencing. You begin to see parts of yourself reflected in what you're hearing. And in that recognition, the mind begins to settle. There is also a strange comfort in stepping away from the constant need to optimize, improve, and achieve. The modern world rarely allows for stillness. Every moment must be filled, every silence interrupted. But there is a kind of wisdom that only appears when nothing is happening. When you allow yourself to be bored, to be quiet, to simply listen without trying to extract something immediately useful. That is where deeper understanding begins to emerge. Letting go is not always about dramatic change. Sometimes it is as simple as loosening your grip on thoughts that no longer serve you, allowing ideas to pass without chasing them, accepting that not everything needs to be solved tonight. Stories have a way of guiding you into that state naturally. They don't demand your full effort. They don't ask you to perform. They invite you to drift. This is not about escaping reality. It is about reconnecting with a different pace of thinking, one that is slower, more reflective, and less reactive. As the stories unfold, the mind gradually releases its tension. You stop trying to control every thought, every outcome, every feeling. And in that release, something changes. The pressure eases, the noise fades, the need to constantly be on disappears. So there is nothing you need to do here. No notes to take, no lessons to force, just listen. Let the ideas move through you without resistance. Let the stories carry you somewhere quieter, somewhere simpler, somewhere closer to rest. And as your mind begins to slow, sleep will come. Imagine yourself soaring high above the clouds, wings crafted from feathers and wax strapped securely to your back. You're Icarus, and beneath you lies the sprawling blue ocean, the air crisp and exhilarating. You rise higher, feeling unstoppable, invincible. But slowly the warmth of the sun intensifies into heat, melting the wax that holds your fragile wings together. Suddenly, your ascent turns into a desperate plunge. In moments, triumph transforms into tragedy, ambition into hubris, and freedom into ruin. This powerful scene isn't merely a cautionary tale from ancient times. It's a profound reflection of human nature, ambition, and the delicate balance between reaching for our dreams and understanding our limitations. Yet, despite its age, the story of Icarus continues to resonate deeply. Why? Because Greek mythology, filled with gods, monsters, heroes, and ordinary mortals thrust into extraordinary situations, captures something timeless about the human condition. Greek myths endure because they confront the fundamental aspects of being human: love, loss, ambition, courage, fear, and hope. These stories aren't simply entertaining fables, they are mirrors reflecting our deepest struggles and aspirations. Thousands of years later, we still turn to these myths because, despite modern advancements, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. People today grapple with the same existential dilemmas faced by ancient heroes and mortals. When we revisit these myths, we don't just revisit history, we revisit ourselves, discovering profound insights into our own lives. Whether it's the relentless toil of Sisyphus endlessly pushing his boulder uphill, or Pandora opening a box filled with unforeseen consequences, each myth embodies a crucial philosophical lesson about how we live, think, and interact with the world around us. Throughout this video, we'll journey through 10 remarkable Greek myths, each selected for the depth and power of the philosophical truths they illustrate. As we explore each story, we will unravel the wisdom hidden within these ancient narratives, translating them into practical lessons relevant to our contemporary lives. By understanding the tale of Narcissus, we'll learn about the subtle yet destructive nature of vanity and ego, recognizing how unchecked self-obsession can poison relationships and isolate us. Through Hercules and his seemingly impossible labors, we'll grasp the critical importance of resilience, perseverance, and confronting life's challenges head-on, no matter how daunting they appear. From Prometheus's courageous rebellion against divine authority, we'll reflect on the virtues of bravery, sacrifice, and the human capacity for profound innovation, even at great personal risk. Our aim isn't simply to recount these myths, but to illuminate their hidden depths, connecting ancient wisdom directly to your experiences today. Each story will help you better understand yourself, your choices, and the world around you. You'll gain a richer perspective on familiar struggles, finding meaning, handling ambition responsibly, overcoming grief, managing curiosity, and much more. By the end of this exploration, you'll see that Greek myths aren't relics of a distant past, but rather living guides that offer clarity, inspiration, and profound philosophical insight. As we move forward, keep this thought in mind. These myths are powerful precisely because they tell us something essential and enduring about ourselves. Let's dive deep into these ancient stories, uncover their wisdom, and discover together how these timeless lessons can transform our lives. Imagine waking up every single morning with the exact same daunting task waiting for you, knowing fully that no matter how hard you try, you'll never accomplish it completely. You pour your strength and energy into it day after day, your muscles aching, your mind exhausted, and yet every night, the task resets itself, uncompleted, waiting again for your effort the following day. This repetitive cycle, as frustrating as it sounds, was the eternal punishment handed down to Sisyphus, a figure from ancient Greek mythology. According to myth, Sisyphus was a clever but deceitful king who repeatedly angered the gods through his cunning tricks and manipulations. As punishment for his defiance, Zeus condemned him to roll a huge boulder up a steep hill for eternity. Every time Sisyphus reached the peak, the boulder would inevitably slip from his grasp and roll back to the bottom, forcing him to start all over again. It's easy to feel a sense of deep futility just imagining this scenario. After all, isn't constant effort without reward one of humanity's greatest nightmares? Yet, French philosopher Albert Camus saw something deeply profound and even inspiring in the myth of Sisyphus. He saw it not just as a tale of punishment and endless torment, but rather as a powerful metaphor for the absurdity of human existence itself. To Camus, life inherently lacks absolute meaning or a guaranteed purpose. We, as human beings, are placed into a world that doesn't provide clear answers to our most urgent questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of our lives? Why do we suffer and struggle only for our achievements to seem fleeting or temporary? This essential mismatch between our desire for clarity and meaning and the chaotic, indifferent reality we face is what Camus defined as the absurd. Now, you might wonder, if life truly is absurd and meaning isn't handed to us naturally, how can we go on? Should we surrender to despair or simply quit trying altogether? Camus' answer is bold and surprising. He argues that precisely because life is absurd, we have the ultimate freedom to create meaning ourselves. By fully accepting that our existence lacks intrinsic meaning, we're liberated from the unrealistic expectations of finding permanent fulfillment or achieving perfect outcomes. Camus famously wrote, "One must imagine Sisyphus happy." What he meant was that true freedom comes when we accept our daily struggles, not because they promise some final reward, but because they represent our continuous commitment to life itself. When we embrace life's absurdity without resistance, we gain strength in the very act of perseverance. This philosophical perspective holds immense practical significance for our daily lives. It challenges us to reconsider how we view our daily tasks, routines, and responsibilities. Think for a moment about your own daily boulders. Perhaps it's your job, where tasks never seem to fully end, or perhaps it's the endless responsibilities of family, studying, working out, or trying to maintain meaningful relationships. Often, these daily challenges can feel repetitive, thankless, or even pointless. But what if, instead of resenting these tasks, you could approach them as Sisyphus eventually must, embracing them for the intrinsic value they provide in simply doing your best day after day? Consider how liberating it would feel to detach your self-worth from outcomes that are ultimately outside your control. Instead of obsessing over final results, like promotions, recognition, social validation, or perfect outcomes, you could focus fully on the process itself, taking pride in your resilience, dedication, and commitment. Imagine the mental freedom of being satisfied, not solely by external results, but by your internal effort, character, and perseverance. Suddenly, the challenges that once seemed burdensome become vehicles through which you express your resilience and strength, no longer dependent on external rewards to justify their value. This doesn't mean you shouldn't set goals or strive for improvement, far from it. Instead, it means that you should approach goals as guides rather than ultimatums. Your fulfillment doesn't hinge solely on the achievement of distant targets. Rather, it's derived from your ongoing dedication and meaningful participation in life's journey itself. Camus encourages us to see the absurdity of life not as a reason for despair, but as an invitation to freedom. Freedom to choose our own meaning, to embrace our efforts regardless of final outcomes, and to joyfully participate in life's daily rituals. Practically speaking, you can implement this philosophical lesson into your daily life by actively shifting your mindset. When facing repetitive tasks, remind yourself that value lies in the doing itself. Next time you face your own symbolic boulder, pause for a moment to acknowledge your strength, your determination, and the simple dignity of engaging fully in your life. Appreciate small victories, moments of connection, progress, learning, and growth, without obsessing over whether they yield permanent or impressive outcomes. Learn to find joy and pride not in ultimate successes or praise, but in the daily act of showing up and giving your best effort. Think of Sisyphus again. Though condemned to eternal repetition, there is power in his relentless commitment. Each new attempt he makes embodies the resilient spirit of humanity, the strength to push forward despite knowing that perfect achievement is elusive. Like Sisyphus, we too can find dignity, even joy, in our ceaseless pursuit of meaning, not because the struggle promises permanent success, but precisely because the struggle itself is meaningful. By embracing life's inherent absurdity, We free ourselves from anxiety over outcomes and find fulfillment in simply living each day with purpose, courage, and resilience. Imagine standing on the rocky shores of an island, imprisoned and dreaming desperately of freedom. This was precisely the situation for Icarus, the son of the brilliant craftsman Daedalus. According to the Greek myth, Daedalus was imprisoned along with his son Icarus on the island of Crete by the tyrannical king Minos. Yearning for freedom and escape, Daedalus conceived an extraordinary plan. He would build wings made from feathers held together by wax, allowing them to fly away and escape their captivity. Before their journey began, Daedalus carefully warned Icarus about the risks involved. Fly too low and the sea's spray will weigh down your wings, pulling you under. Fly too high and the sun's heat will melt the wax, sending you plunging back down to earth. With his father's careful instructions in mind, Icarus took flight, experiencing a freedom unlike anything he had ever known. At first, he heeded his father's advice, soaring gently above the waves, cautiously embracing his newfound freedom. But soon, exhilaration turned to recklessness. Consumed by the thrill of flight and a feeling of invincibility, he climbed higher and higher toward the blazing sun. Inevitably, the heat of the sun softened the wax binding his wings, and feathers began to loosen and fall away. In a tragic instant, joy turned to horror, and the young man plummeted into the sea, lost forever beneath its waves. This myth, though ancient, continues to resonate deeply because it captures the timeless tension between ambition and moderation, between taking risks and knowing our limits. It confronts us with a challenging question: how far should we pursue our dreams and ambitions? And when should we temper our desires with caution and humility? The story of Icarus is often interpreted as a warning against reckless ambition, reminding us of the potential consequences of unchecked aspiration. But if we delve deeper, it also cautions us against excessive caution, emphasizing the necessity of balance in all aspects of our lives. The tragedy of Icarus isn't simply that he fell, but that he was unable to strike the delicate balance between caution and daring, between moderation and ambition. In today's society, we often celebrate ambitious individuals who relentlessly chase big dreams and lofty goals. Ambition itself isn't inherently bad. Indeed, ambition drives innovation, personal growth, and meaningful change. But as the myth of Icarus powerfully illustrates, there's a fine line between courageous ambition and reckless overreach. When ambition spirals out of control, it can blind us to the risks involved, leading us to ignore wise advice, ignore warning signs, and make decisions driven by ego and arrogance rather than reason and humility. Ambition without humility becomes hubris, an inflated sense of self that inevitably leads to downfall. Yet, if ambition is tempered excessively, the opposite problem arises. We might remain trapped in comfort zones, never daring to challenge ourselves, explore new territories, or fully realize our potential. Daedalus's warning, "Don't fly too low or too high," embodies precisely this balance. In our personal and professional lives, maintaining the courage to take thoughtful risks is critical. It's what allows us to experience growth, pursue meaningful goals, and ultimately find genuine fulfillment. But equally crucial is developing the humility to understand our own limits, respect reality, and accept guidance from wiser or more experienced mentors around us. Practically speaking, how can we incorporate the lesson of Icarus into our daily lives? First, it begins with self-awareness. We must continually reflect on our motivations, honestly asking ourselves, am I driven by genuine passion and purpose, Or am I chasing validation, status, or ego-driven success? The more honest we are about our intentions, the easier it becomes to set appropriate boundaries, embrace meaningful challenges, and prevent reckless behavior driven by pride or vanity. Self-awareness allows us to recognize when our ambitions become misguided or excessive, enabling us to adjust course before we risk falling disastrously. Second, we should embrace calculated risks while maintaining thoughtful limits. Responsible risk-taking doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means deliberately evaluating risks, preparing accordingly, and approaching challenges with both courage and caution. Whether it's embarking on a new career, starting a business, pursuing an advanced degree, or exploring a new relationship, it's crucial to realistically assess both opportunities and potential consequences. Ambition should be channeled productively, accompanied by careful planning, ongoing feedback, and periodic reassessment of our goals. Instead of blindly racing toward our objectives, we should set meaningful checkpoints, staying open to advice, criticism, and adjustments along the way. Third, humility plays a critical role in balancing ambition. Humility reminds us that we are not infallible, that we make mistakes and sometimes misjudge situations. Adopting a humble mindset doesn't mean minimizing our strengths. Rather, it means being open to feedback, seeking guidance from others, and willingly learning from our experiences. Humility helps us navigate setbacks constructively, viewing mistakes as opportunities for growth rather than personal failures. If Icarus had tempered his excitement with humility and listened carefully to his father's guidance, he might have flown safely, enjoying freedom without catastrophe. Applying the lesson of Icarus means recognizing the value of moderation in relationships, careers, and life decisions. Just as flying too close to the sun can melt our metaphorical wings, allowing work, ambition, or personal goals to completely dominate our lives can harm relationships, health, and emotional well-being. Moderation ensures balance. It reminds us to allocate time and energy thoughtfully among career aspirations, personal passions, family, friendships, rest, and leisure. It helps us avoid burnout, loneliness, or regret, common consequences when we relentlessly chase goals without regard for balance and moderation. In essence, the myth of Icarus challenges us to thoughtfully balance ambition and humility throughout life. Ambition propels us forward, inspiring progress and accomplishment, while humility grounds us, providing essential checks and balances. Responsible risk-taking, guided by self-awareness and humility, enables us to navigate life's inevitable uncertainties, setbacks, and victories safely. Rather than avoiding ambition, the myth encourages us to approach our dreams thoughtfully, courageously, and wisely. Only by maintaining this delicate balance can we soar successfully, enjoying the exhilaration of achieving our potential without suffering catastrophic falls. In the early days of humanity, when the world was still fresh and untouched by suffering, the gods were not always generous. According to ancient Greek mythology, the Titan Prometheus had stolen fire from the gods and gifted it to humankind, an act that enraged Zeus, king of the gods. In retaliation, Zeus devised a plan, not one of brute force, but of temptation. He ordered the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora. The gods bestowed upon her many gifts: beauty, grace, charm, music, and most importantly, an intense and irresistible curiosity. Along with Pandora, the gods gave her a sealed jar, commonly mistranslated as a box, and warned her never to open it. But as days passed, Pandora's curiosity grew. She wondered endlessly about what secrets the jar might contain. Why had it been given to her at all if she were never meant to open it? Eventually, unable to resist the temptation, she lifted the lid. In that moment, everything changed. Out of the jar flew disease, sorrow, greed, envy, anger, all the evils that would go on to plague humankind forever. Horrified, Pandora tried to close it, but it was too late. The damage had already been done. And yet, deep at the bottom of the jar, one thing remained: hope. This myth, as short and simple as it seems, carries an enormous weight of meaning. At its core, it's a story about the power and peril of curiosity, the inevitability of unintended consequences, and the enduring presence of hope. Pandora's tale reflects a universal truth. Human beings are naturally curious. We are drawn to the unknown, to the forbidden, to the mysteries that lie just beyond our reach. This impulse is not inherently bad. In fact, it's what drives discovery, invention, and growth. But like fire, curiosity must be handled with care. When left unchecked, it can lead us into dangerous territory, violating boundaries, disrupting balance, or unleashing consequences we never intended to face. In philosophy, this theme appears again and again. The Enlightenment, for example, was fueled by human curiosity, the desire to understand nature, society, and the self. But even in the pursuit of knowledge, thinkers warned against overstepping certain ethical and existential boundaries. The myth of Pandora acts as a cautionary tale, not to suppress curiosity but to wield it responsibly. It reminds us that every action has a ripple effect. Opening Pandora's box is not just about breaking rules or seeking forbidden knowledge. It's about the reality that even small, seemingly innocent choices can have profound and irreversible impacts on ourselves and others. In today's world, this lesson is more relevant than ever. We live in an age of instant information, boundless experimentation, and technological acceleration. We can ask almost any question and receive an answer within seconds. We have the ability to peer into private lives, access any part of the world, manipulate genetics, and explore digital landscapes previously unimaginable. Curiosity is no longer limited by physical space. It's endless. But with this abundance comes risk. What do we do with all this knowledge? How do we ensure that the doors we open are worth the consequences that may follow? Managing curiosity constructively begins with intent. Before pursuing something simply because we can, we should pause and ask why we want to know or experience it. Are we seeking truth, growth, connection? Or are we driven by impulse, voyeurism, or ego? Just as Pandora reached for the lid without considering what might lie within, we too are tempted by quick gratification or reckless exploration. But awareness is the key difference. When we slow down and think about the possible outcomes of our actions, whether it's clicking a link, confronting a loved one, experimenting with new lifestyles, or making a risky decision, we transform blind curiosity into conscious inquiry. Equally important is accepting that not all consequences can be predicted. Sometimes, even well-intentioned actions lead to pain, conflict, or loss. In those moments, the part of Pandora's myth that we often overlook becomes vital: hope. Despite all the evils that escaped the jar, hope remained. It wasn't crushed, corrupted, or destroyed. It waited quietly at the bottom, perhaps as a gift, perhaps as a reminder that no matter how bad things become, the human spirit is capable of enduring, adapting, and healing. Hope is not wishful thinking. It's not denial or naive optimism. Philosophically, hope is the capacity to envision a better future even when circumstances are bleak. It's what gives us the strength to keep moving forward after loss, to try again after failure, and to believe in the possibility of redemption, repair, or growth. In a world where we often open doors we later regret, whether through relationships, business ventures, or personal choices, hope is what keeps us from becoming cynical or paralyzed. It restores meaning when the chaos feels overwhelming. To embrace this lesson practically, we must learn how to navigate regret with responsibility. When you've made a choice that led to pain, opened your own Pandora's box, you don't need to deny it or run from it. Instead, you can face the consequences with courage, learn from what happened, and hold on to the hope that you are not defined by your mistakes. Growth doesn't come from always getting things right. It comes from facing what we've done, understanding why we did it, and using that knowledge to make better choices moving forward. In our relationships, this might mean pausing before saying something impulsive during a fight. Curiosity can make us want to get to the bottom of things or find the truth, but doing so recklessly can cause damage. In our careers, it might mean resisting the urge to pursue every shiny opportunity and instead focusing on what aligns with our values and long-term goals. In our personal lives, it might mean practicing digital mindfulness, resisting the endless scroll or the temptation to pry into others' lives out of boredom or insecurity. Finally, let's not forget that hope, just like curiosity, is something we can cultivate. It's not something we must passively wait to feel. It's something we practice. We foster hope by surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us, by engaging in meaningful work, by witnessing stories of resilience, and by believing on a deep, steady level that even when darkness enters our lives, light can follow. In the end, the myth of Pandora doesn't end with despair. It ends with hope quietly waiting at the bottom of the jar, a silent promise that no matter what we unleash, something within us is always capable of healing. So the next time you're about to open a box, whether it's exploring an idea, confronting a challenge, or stepping into the unknown, pause and reflect. Ask yourself not just, what could I gain, but also, what might this unleash? And whatever comes of it, remember, hope is always within reach. Even in the wake of chaos, we are not alone in our struggle, and the future remains open to change, redemption, and renewal. In Greek mythology, few figures are as iconic and universally recognized as Hercules. Strong, fearless, and nearly invincible, he wasn't just a hero in the physical sense. His story is one of suffering, endurance, and ultimately, redemption. What many forget is that Hercules' legendary feats didn't come from a place of glory or triumph. They came from deep personal tragedy. Driven mad by the goddess Hera, Hercules committed a horrific act. He killed his own wife and children in a fit of divine-induced madness. When he regained his senses and realized what he had done, he was consumed by guilt. To atone for this crime, he sought purification and was given a seemingly impossible sentence. He would have to complete 12 brutal labors, each more dangerous and overwhelming than the last. These weren't just physical challenges, they were symbolic of the inner torment and emotional burden he carried. Yet through each one, slaying the Nemean lion, capturing the golden hind, cleaning the Augean stables, he persisted. And in that persistence, Hercules became more than a tragic figure. He became a symbol of human resilience. At its core, the story of Hercules and his 12 labors is not just about strength, but about transformation through hardship. It's about what happens when you are broken, when you have lost everything, and when you are given a choice. Either collapse under the weight of your guilt and pain, or face the impossible, one step at a time. Philosophically, this tale speaks directly to the virtue of resilience, the ability to endure suffering and rise stronger because of it. Life doesn't always give us fair conditions. Sometimes we are thrown into situations we didn't ask for. We experience heartbreak, illness, failure, loss, and betrayal. And yet, like Hercules, we are still responsible for how we respond. That's the real power of his story, not that he was strong, but that he kept showing up again and again in the face of unbearable difficulty. Resilience is not about never falling. It's about what you do after you fall. When you've hit rock bottom, when you're exhausted, when the goal seems too far away, resilience is what allows you to get back up. It's not a magical trait you're born with, it's a discipline you build over time. Hercules didn't succeed because he felt confident every day. He succeeded because he didn't give up. Even when each labor seemed impossible, even when the gods mocked him, even when the path forward was unclear, he kept going. And this is perhaps the most essential lesson for anyone trying to grow, heal, or succeed in modern life. You don't have to be perfect to make progress. You just have to keep going. This lesson becomes especially relevant when we consider our own labors. You may not be asked to slay mythical beasts, but you might be fighting the long, slow battle of healing from trauma, overcoming addiction, building a business, finishing a degree, raising a child alone, or simply surviving in an environment that constantly challenges your peace of mind. These are not small tasks, they are your labors. And just like Hercules, they will test every ounce of your patience, endurance, and faith. But here's the thing, every act of perseverance makes you stronger. Every day you show up and give your best despite pain, fear, or exhaustion is a day you move closer to reclaiming your power. We live in a culture that often glamorizes quick wins and overnight success, but the truth is that real growth is painfully slow. It happens in the quiet moments, when no one is watching, when no one applauds you, when no one even knows how much you're struggling. That's when your character is built. That's when you learn what you're really made of. Discipline is doing the right thing even when it's hard, boring, or thankless. It's waking up early to train, staying focused on your goals, and choosing long-term fulfillment over short-term pleasure. And the beautiful part is, the more you practice this, the more you transform not just your situation, but your identity. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances and start seeing yourself as someone who can face anything. Let's look more closely at a few of Hercules' labors, because each one carries a metaphor that can apply to your own life. Take, for example, the task of cleaning the Augean stables, a seemingly mundane job but a monumental one. These stables hadn't been cleaned in years and were filled with filth. Rather than scrubbing by hand, Hercules rerouted rivers to wash them out in one great surge. What does that teach us? That sometimes the only way to deal with long-ignored problems, emotional wounds, toxic habits, or stagnant situations is with radical action. It may not be glamorous, but facing the mess head-on is often the only way to create real, lasting change. Then there's the Hydra. Each time Hercules cut off one of its heads, two more would grow back. This monster symbolizes the kinds of problems that seem to multiply no matter how hard we try to eliminate them. Anxiety, addiction, negative thinking. Hercules had to learn that brute force alone wasn't enough. He eventually cauterized each neck to prevent new heads from growing. In your own life, it's a reminder that sometimes solving a problem means going deeper than the symptoms. It means addressing the root, changing your environment, your mindset, or your relationships. It's about being smart, not just strong. Perhaps the greatest transformation in Hercules' story is not that he completes the labors, but that he reclaims his sense of self. His journey is one of redemption, not just in the eyes of the gods, but within his own conscience. Through struggle, he earns peace. Through effort, he earns forgiveness. And that's what resilience does for us too. It teaches us that even if we've made mistakes, even if we've done things we're not proud of, there is always a path back. That path is built not in a day, but step by step, labor by labor. To apply this in your daily life, ask yourself, what is your next labor? What difficult task or uncomfortable conversation have you been avoiding? What personal challenge requires not a burst of energy, but consistent effort over time? Start small. Commit to showing up daily, not perfectly but intentionally. Track your progress. Celebrate small wins. Build discipline like a muscle. One rep, one choice, one step at a time. And when you fail, and you will, get back up. remember that every hero's journey includes setbacks, doubts, and moments of despair. What defines the hero is not that they never suffer, but that they never stop moving forward. The myth of Hercules reminds us that even the most broken person can find redemption. Even the most impossible challenges can be overcome, not with ease, but with resilience. Your suffering doesn't disqualify you from greatness. If anything, it prepares you for it. So embrace the struggle, lean into the labor, and remember that you are not alone in your battle. Like Hercules, you have the strength within you to face whatever comes. Keep going, not because it's easy, but because it's worth it. In the ancient world of Greek mythology, where gods ruled over mortals with unchallenged power, one figure stood apart for his daring defiance: Prometheus. He was a titan, older than the Olympian gods themselves, and unlike many of his kind, he had a special fondness for humanity. According to the myth, in the earliest days, humans lived in a primitive state, cold, vulnerable, and ignorant of many of the tools that would later define civilization. Fire, a symbol of both warmth and knowledge, was kept by the gods and forbidden to man. Without it, humanity remained powerless, subject to the whims of nature and the darkness of night. Prometheus saw this and chose to act. In a bold and rebellious gesture, he stole fire from Mount Olympus and gave it to humanity, defying Zeus, the king of the gods. It was an act of immense risk, one that would change the world forever. But the punishment was brutal. For this transgression, Zeus chained Prometheus to a rock where each day an eagle would descend to tear out his liver, only for it to grow back overnight, making the torment endless. Prometheus' story is one of the most profound in Greek mythology, not just because of his suffering, but because of what it represents. Fire in this myth is not just a tool, it is a symbol of knowledge, creativity, and progress. By stealing it, Prometheus didn't just break a rule, he broke a hierarchy. He disrupted the natural order of power, favoring growth and advancement for the weak over control by the strong. In this light, Prometheus becomes much more than a mythic figure. He becomes a timeless symbol of courage, sacrifice, and the human spirit's refusal to accept ignorance or oppression. His myth speaks to the heart of every person who's ever challenged the status quo, questioned unjust authority, or risked safety to bring light to others. The philosophical lesson here is rich with meaning. At its core, Prometheus' story is about moral rebellion, the kind of rebellion that isn't selfish or chaotic, but rooted in compassion and vision. He sees the suffering of others and chooses to act, knowing he will suffer in return. That's the kind of courage that isn't loud or dramatic, but deeply ethical. It's the courage of those who stand up for justice, invent new paths forward, or challenge the rules when those rules hurt more than they help. Socrates echoed this Promethean courage centuries later, when he chose to die rather than stop questioning the world around him. Galileo showed it when he challenged the Church's view of the universe. Countless thinkers, creators, and reformers throughout history have carried the torch Prometheus lit, often paying a steep price for doing so. But this myth also touches on something deeply modern: the cost of innovation. In a world that values comfort, tradition, and control, innovation is often perceived as a threat. Those who try to introduce new ways of thinking or living, whether it's inventing new technology, reimagining education, advocating for social reform, or even challenging outdated norms, often face resistance. Not because they're wrong, but because change is uncomfortable. Prometheus knew that giving humans fire would shift the balance of power, and that's exactly why Zeus punished him. He wasn't just punishing the theft, he was punishing the idea that humanity could rise above its assigned place. In practical terms, this lesson invites us to look at our own lives and ask, where am I being called to bring fire? That fire might be an idea you've been afraid to share, a project that seems too bold, a truth you're hesitant to speak aloud, or a change you want to make in your community, career, or relationships. Too often we silence ourselves because we fear consequences, judgment, failure, or rejection. But Prometheus shows us that meaningful change is rarely comfortable and never risk-free. True innovation asks for courage, it demands sacrifice, and it requires that we care more about progress than approval. Of course, not everyone is called to rebel against gods or institutions. Sometimes the most revolutionary act is to challenge your own limitations, to break free from the mental chains that keep you stuck in place, to stop waiting for permission to grow. When you choose to learn a new skill, start a creative project, leave a toxic environment, or speak your truth in a world that prefers silence, you are embodying the Promethean spirit. You are choosing to light a fire not just for yourself, but for others who are still sitting in the dark, waiting for someone to show them the way. This myth also reminds us that sacrifice is part of the process. We live in a culture obsessed with immediate gratification and risk-free results. But any path worth walking will cost you something: time, energy, security, sometimes even relationships. Prometheus teaches us that suffering isn't always a sign you've made a mistake. Sometimes it's the clearest sign you're on the right track. His pain wasn't meaningless. It was the cost of giving others something priceless. The question is, what are you willing to suffer for? What vision, value, or mission are you committed to, even when it hurts? It's important too to acknowledge the danger of stagnation. Without people like Prometheus, who challenge and push the boundaries, humanity would remain in a state of dependency and darkness. Fire transformed the human world. It led to cooking, warmth, protection, industry, and eventually, civilization. In your own life, what fire are you withholding because of fear? What gift are you keeping to yourself because someone told you it's not practical, safe, or acceptable? The world needs people willing to create, to light new paths, ask new questions, and build things that haven't been built before. That might mean writing a book, launching a business, starting a conversation no one else wants to have, or simply living more authentically in a world that prefers conformity. But courage doesn't mean recklessness. Prometheus didn't steal fire impulsively. He did it with purpose, knowing exactly why it mattered. Innovation must be grounded in vision and responsibility. This isn't about burning things down just to feel powerful. It's about understanding what needs to change, why it matters, and who it will serve. True innovators aren't interested in chaos. They're interested in transformation. Lastly, we can take comfort in knowing that Prometheus' story doesn't end in despair. In some versions of the myth, he is eventually freed by Hercules, another hero of resilience. This hints at a deeper truth. Sacrifice and suffering may be part of the journey, but they are not the end. When we act with integrity and courage, even when we face backlash, we plant seeds for a better future, seeds that someone else may help nurture and free. Just as Hercules came along generations later, the results of our actions may blossom long after we're gone. So, what will you do with your fire? Will you keep it hidden, afraid of what might happen if you share it? Or will you light the path for yourself and others, even if it costs you something? Prometheus reminds us that the world changes not through comfort, but through courage. That progress doesn't come from obedience, but from vision. And that the greatest gift we can give the world is not our silence, but our spark. The story of Orpheus and Eurydice is one of the most hauntingly beautiful myths in all of Greek mythology. It's not a tale of war or gods or grand heroism. It's a quiet tragedy about love, loss, and the human struggle to accept what cannot be undone. Orpheus was a poet and musician whose talent was so powerful that even the stones and trees would move to hear his music. He fell deeply in love with Eurydice, a woman of such grace and kindness that their union seemed to exist in a world untouched by sorrow. But fate can be cruel. Soon after their wedding, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous snake and died, her soul descending into the underworld. Devastated, Orpheus refused to accept her death. He could not let go. He played songs of such sorrow and longing that even the gods wept. Moved by his grief, they allowed him to travel to the realm of the dead to try and retrieve her. In the underworld, Orpheus played his lyre with such aching beauty that Hades and Persephone, the king and queen of the dead, granted him a rare chance. Eurydice could return with him to the world of the living under one condition. He must walk in front of her, and he must not look back until they had both fully emerged into the light. It was a simple instruction, but a test of trust and restraint. And so Orpheus began his journey back to the surface, Eurydice walking silently behind him. Step by step, they climbed through the darkness. But just as the first light of the living world touched Orpheus's face, doubt crept in. What if she wasn't really behind him? What if the gods had tricked him? What if he had lost her again and didn't even know it? Unable to bear the uncertainty, he turned around, and in that instant, Eurydice vanished forever. This myth captures something painfully real, the way grief and uncertainty can lead us to sabotage the very things we hope to preserve. Orpheus's act of turning around wasn't just a physical movement. It was a moment of emotional weakness, of needing confirmation, of not being able to live with not knowing. And that's what makes this myth so profound. It reflects the human tendency to look back, to cling to what is lost, to seek closure, to try and undo the irreversible. But sometimes, the more we try to hold on, the more we suffer. Sometimes, healing begins only when we stop looking back. Philosophically, this story invites us into the painful but necessary work of acceptance. We all experience loss in some form. Loss of loved ones, relationships, dreams, opportunities. And in the face of that loss, the mind rebels. We replay moments, imagine different outcomes, ask endless what-ifs. Like Orpheus, we walk forward while constantly glancing backward, hoping that somehow our gaze can bring back what has already slipped away. But the truth is, we cannot rewrite the past. What's done is done. The more we resist this, the more we prolong our suffering. Letting go, however, does not mean forgetting. It doesn't mean pretending the loss never mattered. Acceptance is not about erasing the past. It's about acknowledging reality without constantly trying to reshape it. It's the quiet strength of saying, "This hurts, I miss them, I wish it were different, but I cannot change it, and I will not allow my pain to define my future." That's the real test Orpheus failed, not because he didn't love Eurydice, but because he couldn't trust life enough to move forward without certainty. In daily life, many of us struggle with our own versions of this myth. Maybe we keep checking on someone who left us, rereading old messages, or hoping for an apology that may never come. Maybe we dwell on a mistake that cost us an opportunity, replaying it in our minds as if we could somehow will it into reversing itself. Or maybe we refuse to move on from a dream that didn't come true, convinced that letting go would mean we failed. But clinging to the past doesn't keep us safe, it keeps us stuck. Like Orpheus, we risk losing the beauty and possibility that exists ahead of us by constantly turning back toward what we cannot change. So how do we let go gracefully? First, by allowing ourselves to feel the loss. Suppressing grief only delays healing. Let yourself mourn what was lost, whether it's a person, a relationship, a version of yourself. Speak about it, write about it, cry about it. There is strength in vulnerability. But after the grieving comes the choice, to keep reliving the story or to write a new one. Acceptance begins with the decision to live again, to re-engage with the world, even if it's been scarred by pain. Second, we must learn to sit with uncertainty. Orpheus's mistake was rooted in doubt. He needed proof that Eurydice was behind him. In our own lives, we crave closure, explanations, guarantees. But the truth is, much of life is uncertain. We don't always get clear answers or tidy endings. Sometimes we must trust without seeing the full picture. We must walk forward knowing that some questions may never be answered, and that's okay. Inner peace is not found in certainty, but in our willingness to move forward anyway. Third, acceptance requires compassion for ourselves and others. Loss often brings regret. We wonder what we could have done differently, but punishing ourselves for the past doesn't change it. It only adds another layer of pain. Self-compassion means saying, I did the best I could with what I knew at the time, and that's all any of us can ever do. Forgiveness, both for ourselves and those who hurt us, is not about condoning harm. It's about freeing ourselves from its grip. Lastly, this myth reminds us of the power of love even in loss. Orpheus loved Eurydice deeply. That love didn't die with her disappearance. It lived on in his music, in his story, in the hearts of those who hear it today. The people we lose don't vanish completely. Their impact remains in how they shaped us, what they taught us, how we live because of them. Moving on doesn't mean erasing that connection. It means honoring it in a way that lets us continue living. So when you find yourself haunted by the past, tempted to look back, remember Orpheus. Remember that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is keep walking forward, even when you're not sure what's behind you. Letting go is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's the strength to say, I cannot change what was, but I can shape what comes next. Loss will visit all of us, but acceptance, when we're ready, can be the beginning of something new, not the end of something old. Keep moving, keep trusting, and know that every step forward is a quiet act of courage. Proof that you are still alive, still growing, and still capable of creating something beautiful, even after everything you've lost. In a quiet forest glade surrounded by still water and delicate wildflowers, there once lived a young man named Narcissus, whose beauty was unmatched. According to Greek mythology, Narcissus was so stunning that people from far and wide would come just to gaze upon him. But he was cold, distant, and indifferent to the love of others. He rejected every admirer with cruelty and pride, believing no one could ever be worthy of him. Then one day, while wandering alone through the woods, he bent down to drink from a clear spring. In the surface of the water, he saw a face so captivating, so flawless, that he instantly fell in love. Not realizing it was his own reflection, he became entranced, unable to look away, unable to touch or embrace the object of his affection. He stayed there, frozen, longing for a love he could never have. Eventually he wasted away, consumed by obsession, and died at the edge of the pool, still staring at himself. In the place where he had fallen, a delicate white flower grew, forever bearing his name, the Narcissus. This story is more than a simple warning about vanity. It's a deep exploration of how unchecked self-obsession can lead to isolation, delusion, and ultimately, self-destruction. Narcissus didn't just admire himself, he fell in love with a false image, mistaking appearance for substance. He couldn't look away because he believed that reflection was him, yet it was nothing more than a surface, an illusion. The myth holds a mirror up to us and asks, how often do we chase our own reflections? How often do we become enamored with an image of ourselves, whether it's our physical appearance, our social media profiles, our reputation, and forget to engage with the real world, the people around us, or even our true selves? Philosophically, this myth serves as a powerful cautionary tale about the dangers of ego, vanity, and the pursuit of self without depth. It reminds us that self-love, when inflated and detached from reality, can turn toxic. There is a difference between confidence and arrogance, between self-respect and self-worship. When we place our entire worth in how we appear to others, or even how we appear to ourselves, we risk becoming like Narcissus, mesmerized by the surface but hollow underneath. The more we curate an image of perfection, the harder it becomes to look inward, to face our flaws, or to build genuine relationships. Instead of growing, we become trapped, staring into a pool of our own reflection, searching for love in an illusion. In modern life, this story feels more relevant than ever. We live in an era dominated by images, selfies, profile pictures, status updates, likes, and followers. We're encouraged, even rewarded, for projecting polished versions of ourselves. We filter our faces, edit our lives, and market our personalities like brands. But in the pursuit of looking good, we often lose touch with being real. Narcissus would thrive on Instagram, but he'd also be deeply lonely, disconnected, and spiritually starved. The myth warns us not to confuse attention with connection or appearance with worth. When we value ourselves solely based on external validation, we become fragile. We're happy only when we're praised, and devastated when we're ignored. The danger here is subtle. It doesn't always show up as obvious arrogance. Sometimes narcissism disguises itself as insecurity, overcompensation, or the constant need to prove ourselves. We obsess over how we're perceived. Did they like my post? Did I sound smart? Do I look successful enough? And slowly, our identity becomes shaped by mirrors, what others reflect back to us, instead of what we truly value, believe, and feel. Narcissus was cursed not just with beauty, but with blindness, the inability to look beyond the surface, even his own. So how do we avoid falling into this trap? How do we develop genuine self-awareness without getting lost in self-obsession? The first step is recognizing the signs. Ask yourself, am I more focused on how I look than how I act? Do I spend more time curating an image than cultivating my character? Do I seek validation more than I seek truth? These aren't always easy questions to answer, but they're necessary. Self-reflection must go beyond the surface. It's not about judging yourself harshly, it's about being honest. Narcissism grows in the absence of honest self-examination, but awareness, real deep awareness, is how we break the spell. The second step is practicing humility. This doesn't mean putting yourself down or denying your strengths. It means understanding that you are one person among many, that your worth isn't greater or lesser than anyone else's, and that you don't need to be extraordinary to be valuable. Humility keeps us grounded. It helps us appreciate others, ask for help, admit mistakes, and stay open to growth. Narcissus couldn't connect with others because he saw himself as above them. But the truth is, we grow most through connection, through the honest, sometimes messy process of learning from others and being vulnerable with them. The third step is building identity from the inside out. That means focusing less on how you're seen and more on who you are. What are your values? What do you care about when no one's watching? What kind of person are you when you're not performing? Real confidence doesn't come from applause, it comes from integrity. When your actions align with your values, when you live with purpose and honesty, you don't need mirrors to tell you who you are. That's the antidote to narcissism, not self-hatred, but authentic self-knowledge. Finally, develop empathy. One of the saddest parts of Narcissus' story is that he couldn't love anyone else. He was incapable of recognizing or valuing the feelings of others. True self-awareness includes an understanding of how we affect the people around us. Are we kind? Are we listening? Are we building others up, or using them to reflect our own worth? Narcissism is a closed loop, me, me, me. But empathy breaks that loop. It opens us up to the experiences, joys, and sufferings of others. It teaches us to look outward, not just inward, and to find meaning in connection, not just admiration. The story of Narcissus is a mirror held up to all of us. It challenges us to look deeper, to question our relationship with ourselves, and to remember that true beauty isn't something we see in a reflection. It's something we cultivate in our actions, our thoughts, and our relationships. Self-love is important, but it must be balanced by humility, awareness, and compassion. Otherwise, we risk becoming trapped in a fantasy, blind to the real world, and ultimately blind to ourselves. So ask yourself, am I chasing a reflection, or am I building a self I can truly respect? Am I looking outward for approval, or inward for direction? The path away from narcissism is not shame, it's awareness. It's the daily practice of turning away from the pool and toward real life. Because in the end, we don't find ourselves in mirrors. We find ourselves in moments, in growth, in connection, in truth. And those are the things no reflection can ever show. In the rich world of Greek mythology, the tale of King Midas stands out as a parable that feels strikingly modern. It's the story of a man who had everything, wealth, power, status, but still wanted more. Midas was a king with an obsession: gold. He adored it, hoarded it, and measured his success by how much of it he possessed. One day, after showing kindness to the god Diogenes by taking care of his companion Silenus, Midas was offered a reward. Without hesitation, he asked that everything he touched be turned to gold. Diogenes granted the wish, warning Midas to consider the consequences. At first it seemed like a dream come true. Midas turned stones into gold, furniture into treasure, flowers into sparkling ornaments. But the wonder quickly turned into horror. When he reached for food, it turned to gold, impossible to eat. When he embraced his daughter, she too became a lifeless golden statue. His blessing had become a curse, his wealth a prison. Starving, grief-stricken and broken, Midas begged the gods to take back the gift. Eventually, they took pity on him and reversed the wish. He had learned too late the painful cost of greed. This story is more than just a warning against wanting too much. It's a deep reflection on the illusion of wealth and the danger of defining our lives through material success. Midas believed that by having more gold he would be happier, more powerful, more fulfilled. But he misunderstood a basic truth about human nature: that fulfillment does not come from what we accumulate, but from what we experience, especially our connections with others. When everything he touched turned to gold, even love and nourishment became lifeless. The very things that made life worth living, food, touch, family, were stripped of meaning. In trying to make everything valuable, he made everything empty. Philosophically, the myth of Midas challenges us to think about what we truly value and how we measure success. Materialism, in its essence, is the belief that happiness can be found in external possessions, in things we can own, show off, or use to elevate our status. It's an appealing belief, especially in a world that constantly advertises comfort, luxury, and abundance as the ultimate goals. But like Midas, we often chase material wealth thinking it will fill the void inside us, only to discover that it leaves us more isolated, anxious, and disconnected than before. The more we rely on stuff to make us happy, the more fragile our happiness becomes, because things can be lost, stolen, outdated, or broken. And when our self-worth is tied to what we own, we're always one step away from feeling worthless. We see this all the time today. People working endless hours to afford bigger houses or fancier cars, only to be too exhausted or distracted to enjoy them. Social media flooded with curated images of luxury lifestyles, vacations, watches, designer clothes, all signaling that this is what success looks like. But behind many of those images are people feeling unfulfilled, chasing likes instead of love, and struggling with the constant pressure to do more, buy more, and be more. It's the modern version of the golden touch. We turn experiences into content, relationships into networking opportunities, and identities into brands. And in the process, we risk losing what really matters. So what's the alternative? How do we live wisely in a world that glorifies material success? The first step is to redefine what wealth means to you. True wealth is not just financial, it's emotional, relational, intellectual, and spiritual. It's the depth of your friendships, the health of your mind and body, the peace you feel when you're alone, the joy of meaningful work, and the sense of purpose that guides your actions. Ask yourself, what makes me feel truly alive? What memories do I cherish most? Chances are it's not things, it's moments, conversations, challenges overcome, people you love. These are the real treasures and they can't be bought. Second, practice gratitude. One of the reasons Midas wanted more was because he couldn't appreciate what he already had. He had a kingdom, a daughter, a comfortable life, but it wasn't enough. Gratitude grounds us in the present. It helps us notice what's good, even when life isn't perfect. When we take time to appreciate the little things, a warm meal, a kind word, a quiet moment, we become less driven by the constant urge for more. And ironically, the more grateful we are, the richer we feel. Third, invest in relationships, not just resources. Midas' story takes a tragic turn when he turns his own daughter into gold. That moment is symbolic of what happens when we prioritize wealth over people. In real life, we may not turn loved ones into statues, but we can neglect them, use them, or lose them when we chase success too blindly. Relationships take time, presence, and care. They require attention, not just money. And in the end, it's those connections that give our lives the deepest meaning. Fourth, embrace simplicity. Simplicity doesn't mean deprivation, it means choosing what matters most and letting go of what distracts. When we declutter our lives physically, mentally, emotionally, we create space for clarity and joy. You don't need to give up all your possessions or live in a cabin in the woods, but maybe you don't need 10 pairs of shoes. Maybe you don't need to upgrade your phone every year. Maybe you don't need to say yes to every opportunity if it costs you your peace. Living simply is about aligning your life with your values, not society's expectations. Finally, remember that value is not the same as price. Gold is valuable, but it's not everything. Some things, like love, kindness, creativity, honesty, can't be measured in dollars, but they change lives. When Midas turned everything to gold, he learned that not all that glitters is good. The most precious parts of life are often the ones we overlook when we're too focused on getting ahead. The myth of King Midas is a timeless reminder that more is not always better. That having everything means nothing if we lose the ability to enjoy, to feel, to connect. It's not a condemnation of success or wealth, but a call for balance. You can pursue your goals, earn money, and enjoy nice things, but let them serve your life, not define it. Let your wealth be a tool for generosity, not just accumulation. Let your ambition be guided by purpose, not ego. So the next time you find yourself chasing the golden touch, more stuff, more status, more recognition, pause and ask, at what cost? Will this bring me closer to the life I want or further from what really matters? What would I trade to keep what I already have? And am I living in a way that, if everything turned to gold, I'd still feel full inside? Because the truth is, life's real value isn't in what you touch, but in how you live. And if we can remember that, we can avoid Midas's curse and instead create lives of depth, meaning, and true abundance. Deep within the twisting corridors of the labyrinth, a maze so complex that no one who entered could ever find their way out, lurked a monster. Half man, half bull, the Minotaur was a terrifying creature, the embodiment of rage, isolation, and raw power. Every year, as punishment and tribute to King Minos of Crete, Athens was forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women to be devoured by the beast. It was a sentence of fear and shame for the Athenians, until one man, Theseus, decided he would end it. He volunteered to go, not out of arrogance, but because he believed the cycle of terror had to be broken. With only a sword and a ball of thread given to him by Ariadne, King Minos' daughter, Theseus entered the labyrinth. He left a trail of thread behind him so he could find his way back and venture deep into the darkness, where he finally confronted the Minotaur and killed it, ending the cruel sacrifices and bringing hope back to Athens. On the surface, this might seem like a classic hero's tale. Courage, cleverness, victory over a beast. But symbolically, the labyrinth and the Minotaur are much more than that. They represent the inner world, our hidden fears, traumas, insecurities, and destructive patterns. The labyrinth is the confusing, winding network of thoughts and emotions we often find ourselves lost in. The Minotaur is the part of us we're afraid to face. Our anger, our addictions, our shame, our shadow. Theseus's journey is not just through a physical maze, it's a journey into the unknown corners of the self. And the real victory isn't just slaying the beast, but confronting it head-on, refusing to run, and finding a way out with clarity and courage. Philosophically, this myth speaks to the necessity of inner confrontation. We all have a labyrinth. We all have a Minotaur. Most of us spend our lives avoiding them, distracting ourselves with noise, burying uncomfortable thoughts, numbing emotions, or projecting our fears onto others. But those strategies don't eliminate the monster, they just leave it lurking in the dark, growing stronger. The more we avoid our inner demons, the more power they have over us. Anxiety, for instance, often grows when we refuse to name it. Resentment festers when we deny it. Trauma lingers when we suppress it. But when we shine a light into the labyrinth, when we're brave enough to look inward, something changes. We see that the monster isn't as untouchable as we thought. It has a shape, a story, a beginning, and most importantly, it can be faced. Theseus didn't walk into the labyrinth blindly. He had a plan, the thread. This detail, while often overlooked, is one of the most profound symbols in the entire myth. The thread represents self-awareness, or what the ancient Greeks might call notiseoton, know thyself. It's the lifeline that keeps us grounded when we venture into deep emotional territory. Without the thread, you may defeat your demon, but never find your way back. You may confront your fears but get lost in them. The thread ensures that we don't lose our sense of identity while exploring the more chaotic, painful, or shadowy parts of ourselves. So how do we apply this in real life? How do we face our own internal minotaurs without being overwhelmed? The first step is naming the beast. You can't fight what you won't face, and you can't face what you refuse to name. Take a moment to identify your inner struggles. Is it self-doubt, guilt, fear of failure, chronic anger, insecurity in relationships, addiction to validation? Don't judge yourself for having them. Acknowledge them with honesty. We often think our demons make us weak or broken, but the opposite is true. Everyone has them. Facing them is what makes us strong. Second, create your thread, your path of return. This could be a daily journal, a meditation practice, therapy, trusted friends, or a personal philosophy that keeps you grounded. Your thread is anything that helps you stay centered while you explore the deeper layers of your inner world. When you start reflecting on your past, your wounds, or your behavioral patterns, it's easy to spiral into blame, shame, or confusion. That's why you need something that reminds you of who you are beyond your pain, something that keeps you tethered while you go deeper. Third, confront the Minotaur, not with violence, but with understanding. Facing your inner demons doesn't always mean defeating them. It often means understanding where they come from. Why do you react with rage when you feel disrespected? Why do you pull away when someone gets close? Why do you chase perfection or feel like you're never enough? These behaviors didn't appear out of nowhere. They were formed by experiences, often ones we didn't choose. By tracing the origin of our patterns, we loosen their grip. The Minotaur, in many ways, is just a wounded part of ourselves, guarding pain that's never been healed. Understanding it doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it gives us the power to change it. Fourth, take small, consistent actions toward healing. Inner work is not a one-time battle, it's a practice. You don't go into the labyrinth once and come out completely transformed. You go in again and again, each time you return with a little more strength, a little more clarity. Set goals that are realistic, build habits that support your growth, celebrate progress no matter how small. Maybe it's speaking up when you'd normally stay silent. Maybe it's being kinder to yourself. Maybe it's pausing before reacting. These are modern-day victories in the labyrinth. Fifth, seek support. Theseus didn't enter the labyrinth completely alone. He had Ariadne, someone who believed in him, who helped him find his way. In your own journey, don't underestimate the power of guidance. Whether it's a mentor, a therapist, a friend, or a supportive community. Inner struggles often isolate us, but healing happens faster when we're not doing it all on our own. Vulnerability can be scary, but it's how connection and real transformation begins. Lastly, remember that the point is not perfection, it's progress. You may not defeat your inner Minotaur in one moment, 1 month, or even 1 year. But the fact that you're willing to step into your labyrinth, to confront the uncomfortable, to try and understand yourself, that already sets you apart. That is the journey of a warrior. And like Theseus, each time you face the darkness and come back with more wisdom, more strength, and more peace, you're not just surviving, you're evolving. In the end, the story of Theseus and the Minotaur isn't about slaying a monster. It's about reclaiming power. Power over fear. Power over confusion. Power over the parts of ourselves we've been too afraid to confront. The labyrinth exists within all of us. So does the Minotaur, but so does the hero, so does the thread, and so does the light waiting at the other end, if we're brave enough to walk toward it. In the ancient world of Greek mythology, there are few stories more enduring than the Odyssey, a long, winding tale of a man named Odysseus and his relentless quest to return home. After the fall of Troy, Odysseus set sail for Ithaca, where his wife Penelope and son Telemachus await him. But what should have been a straightforward voyage turns into a 10-year epic filled with detours, dangers, and delays. He faces monsters like the Cyclops, temptations like the Sirens, wrathful gods, shipwrecks, betrayals, and heartbreaking losses. Time and again, just when it seems he's close to home, something pulls him farther away. Yet Odysseus never gives up. He keeps going, not because the journey is easy, but because he knows that home, however far it may be, is worth fighting for. And when he finally returns, it's not the same man who left Troy. He's older, wiser, battle-worn, and deeply transformed. This myth is not just about physical travel. It's about the nature of life itself. Odysseus' journey is symbolic of the path we all walk. It's long, unpredictable, filled with triumphs and tragedies, allies and enemies, clarity and confusion. We set goals, personal, professional, emotional, and imagine a straight line between where we are and where we want to be. But reality is rarely so simple. We get sidetracked. Things fall apart. Unexpected challenges test us. Sometimes we feel like we're moving backwards. But that's the point of the Odyssey. It's not a story about speed, it's a story about growth. Odysseus becomes a hero not just by reaching Ithaca, but by surviving everything it took to get there. His journey is what makes him who he is. Philosophically, the Odyssey teaches us to stop seeing life as a destination. In the modern world, we're obsessed with outcomes. We're told to find our purpose, to reach success, to get the dream job, the perfect relationship, the ideal body, the recognition we think we deserve. We treat life like a checklist. But that mindset creates anxiety and disappointment, because as soon as we reach one goal, another appears. And if we believe that happiness lies only at the end of the road, we miss the meaning of everything that happens along the way. The Odyssey reminds us that the journey itself is the real story, the struggles we endure, the mistakes we make, the lessons we learn, and the person we become through it all. One of the most profound aspects of Odysseus' journey is that he doesn't always make the right choices. He's clever and brave, but also proud, reckless, and sometimes arrogant. He gets his men killed, he angers gods, he stays too long in places he shouldn't. But these flaws make him real and relatable. Like all of us, he grows through trial and error. His wisdom doesn't come from being perfect. It comes from surviving, from adapting, from learning through pain. And this is one of the core messages of the Odyssey. That wisdom isn't something we're born with. It's something we earn, slowly, through experience, through hardship, through reflection. In everyday life, this has massive implications. We often expect ourselves to figure everything out quickly, to know exactly what we're doing, where we're going, and how to get there. And when things go wrong, we panic. We assume we're behind or failing. But what if the wrong turn is part of the path? What if the delays, the struggles, the confusion that we usually resist are exactly what we need in order to grow? What if we stopped rushing through life and started paying attention to it? When we embrace this idea, we give ourselves permission to live more fully. We stop measuring our worth by how far along we are and start focusing on how present we are. We become more open to change, more accepting of failure, and more compassionate with ourselves. Odysseus didn't reach Ithaca by racing, he reached it by enduring, and each experience, even the painful ones, taught him something essential. The lotus eaters taught him about the danger of complacency. The Cyclops taught him about the price of pride. Circe and Calypso taught him about temptation. The Sirens taught him that wisdom means knowing your limits. Each moment mattered. Each chapter shaped him. So how do we apply this to our own lives? First, we must reframe how we think about progress. Instead of asking how close am I to the goal, we should ask, what am I learning from this moment? That shift in focus changes everything. It turns setbacks into teachers. It turns failure into feedback. It reminds us that every experience, good or bad, is part of our becoming. Second, we must slow down and notice the journey. In our rush to get somewhere, we often miss what's happening right in front of us. We don't appreciate the people who support us, the small wins, or even the quiet moments of rest. But these moments are not meaningless. They are the heartbeat of life. The Odyssey isn't remembered because Odysseus got home. It's remembered because of what happened along the way. Your story will be remembered the same way. Third, we must develop resilience. Odysseus faced storms, monsters, betrayals, and still kept going. Life is unpredictable. Plans will fall apart. People will disappoint us. We will disappoint ourselves. But resilience means returning again and again, even when the odds are against you. It means trusting that as long as you're still moving, you're still becoming. You're still in the story. Fourth, we must honor our inner Ithaca. For Odysseus, Ithaca wasn't just a place, it was a symbol of belonging, love, and truth. We all have our own version of Ithaca, a state of being where we feel aligned with who we truly are. It's not about fame or wealth, it's about peace, about authenticity, about feeling at home in your own soul. That's what you're really moving toward. And the closer you get, the more you realize it was never just about reaching Ithaca, it was about remembering who you were the whole time. Finally, we must remember that we're all on our own odyssey. We are all navigating our own labyrinths, facing our own monsters, making our way through life's unpredictable seas. And it's okay not to have all the answers. It's okay to be lost sometimes. What matters is that you keep going, that you keep growing, that you treat your journey with the reverence it deserves. Because this path you're on, no matter how winding, no matter how difficult, is not a mistake. It's your becoming. So wherever you are in your journey right now, whether you're just setting sail, stuck on a lonely island, lost in a storm, or finally catching a glimpse of home, remember, the road you're walking is shaping you in ways you can't yet see. Trust it, learn from it, honor it, and know that the hero in you is not the one who finishes fastest, but the one who refuses to quit. The Odyssey lives on because it reminds us of something we all need to hear. Life is not about the destination, it's about the journey, and every step, no matter how hard, is part of the story that makes you whole. We've just journeyed through 10 of the most powerful Greek myths, stories that, despite being thousands of years old, still echo with surprising clarity in our modern lives. Each myth, each character, each trial has offered not just entertainment, but timeless philosophical truths, reminders of what it means to be human, to struggle, to grow, and to find meaning along the way. We began with Sisyphus, endlessly pushing his boulder uphill, only to have it roll back down. His tale taught us that life's meaning isn't in the reward, but in the effort itself, that perseverance, even in the face of futility, can be its own kind of triumph. Then came Icarus, flying too close to the sun. From his fall, we learned the necessity of balancing ambition with humility, how chasing greatness is noble, but only when tempered by awareness of our limits. Pandora opened her jar, unleashing sorrow into the world, but also releasing hope. Her myth reminded us of the double-edged sword of curiosity and the importance of staying anchored in optimism, even when life turns dark. From Hercules, we drew strength. His 12 labors were more than feats of strength. They were a symbol of resilience, of taking responsibility for your past and transforming pain into purpose through disciplined action. Prometheus, the firebringer, risked everything to light the way for humanity. He showed us the courage it takes to challenge unjust systems, and how true progress often requires sacrifice from those brave enough to speak truth to power. We descended into the underworld with Orpheus, only to watch him lose Eurydice again. In his moment of weakness, we saw the deep human difficulty of letting go, and how sometimes healing only comes through acceptance. Narcissus taught us about the dangers of ego and self-obsession, how easy it is to fall in love with our image, and how real growth requires humility, self-awareness, and genuine connection to others. With King Midas, we were reminded that greed can hollow out even the richest life. That fulfillment doesn't lie in gold or possessions, but in love, in presence, and in learning to value what can't be bought. Theseus, who braved the labyrinth, showed us how to face our inner demons, how courage is not just physical but psychological, and how we each must navigate our own mental mazes with honesty and intention. And finally, Odysseus taught us that life is a journey, not a destination, that wisdom is earned through struggle, and that every obstacle is part of the path that shapes who we are becoming. So, which myth spoke to you the most? Which lesson do you need right now? These stories aren't just about ancient heroes, they're about you, your fears, your ambitions, your failures, and your hopes. And if there's one truth they all share, it's this: the journey of being human is messy but meaningful. As the philosopher Plutarch once wrote, "The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled." Let these myths kindle something in you. Not just thoughts, but action, insight, and transformation. Because your story is still being written, and like every great myth, it's worth telling. Why does modern life feel so heavy? It seems the more we plan, control, and push ourselves, the more life pushes back. We create endless to-do lists, set rigid goals, and chase after perfect outcomes. Yet instead of peace, we find ourselves anxious, restless, and exhausted. Our minds are always racing ahead, worrying about what might go wrong, obsessing over details, trying to bend reality into our will. It's as if the harder we try to hold on to life, the more it slips through our fingers. And this weight, the constant pressure to manage everything, is one of the great silent burdens of our time. We're told that if we just try harder, organize better, or optimize every aspect of our lives, then finally we'll feel in control. But the truth is, no matter how much we plan, there are forces far beyond our grasp. The future remains unpredictable, and life never unfolds exactly as we demand. Taoism offers a different path. Born in ancient China during a period of political turmoil and existential doubt, Taoism emerged as a quiet rebellion against the relentless drive to dominate and control. While the world around it was full of warlords, rigid rulers, and endless struggle for power, Taoism whispered a radically different message: stop fighting with life, flow with it instead. At its heart, Taoism is not a system of rigid rules or commandments. It is an invitation to live in harmony with the rhythms of the universe. Rather than treating life as a battlefield, it suggests treating it like a river, unpredictable, powerful, and yet ultimately carrying us forward if we learn how to move with it instead of against it. The word Tao itself is often translated as the way, not a way invented by humans, but the natural way of existence, the hidden current beneath everything. It is the order of the cosmos, not as a set of laws, but as a living, breathing harmony. The Tao is in the changing of seasons, the cycle of day and night, the growth of a tree, the flow of water around stone. It's not something you can capture with logic or pin down with words. It's something you feel when you stop resisting and allow yourself to be part of the larger whole. Taoism teaches that most of our suffering comes from living out of step with this way. When we impose too much, force too much, cling too tightly, we create friction against life itself. But when we align with the Tao, when we allow ourselves to move with the natural flow, life becomes lighter, simpler, and more joyful. And this is why Taoism feels so relevant now, perhaps even more than it did 2,000 years ago. In a world obsessed with speed, control, and productivity, we've lost touch with flow, balance, and presence. We're so busy trying to conquer life that we've forgotten how to live it. Taoism reminds us that happiness is not found in constant striving, but in harmony. Harmony with ourselves, with others, and with the world around us. It doesn't ask us to withdraw from life, but to engage with it in a gentler, wiser way. Control. It feels like the one thing we must have to feel safe in the world. We wake up in the morning and almost immediately begin to plan, structure, and organize every detail of the day. There are alarms, schedules, calendars, and endless lists of tasks we believe will help us get a handle on life. Yet despite all this effort, how often do things really go according to plan? Traffic appears out of nowhere. Someone says something that upsets us. Technology fails at the worst moment. Or an unexpected event throws off our careful structure. The truth is, the more we try to tighten our grip, the more we realize how little power we actually have. And it's precisely this realization that life cannot be controlled that often feeds our anxiety. We keep pulling harder on the reins, yet the horse of life refuses to obey. Taoism understood this thousands of years ago. Lao Tzu, the legendary author of the Tao Te Ching, observed how human beings exhaust themselves in a desperate attempt to manage the world. His warning was blunt: those who try to control the world ruin it. Control in his eyes was not only futile but destructive. The harder we force, the more damage we cause, not just to ourselves but to the very world we're trying to shape. You can see this everywhere. The person who clings so tightly to their relationships that they smother them. The leader who tries to micromanage every detail until their organization collapses under the pressure, or the perfectionist who spends so much time polishing every corner of their life that they never actually enjoy living it. In Taoist thought, control is like grabbing water with your hands. The tighter you squeeze, the less you hold. This teaching resonates powerfully with our modern reality. Anxiety has become one of the defining conditions of the 21st century, and much of it stems from our obsession with controlling outcomes. We try to manage our careers with ruthless precision, map out our futures in exact detail, and hold other people to impossible standards. We spend hours predicting, forecasting, and simulating what-if scenarios in our minds, believing that if we just plan well enough, nothing will surprise us. But life is not a computer program. It does not run on our code. This endless striving for control only leaves us drained and frustrated because life will always find a way to defy our scripts. Think of something as ordinary as the weather. We check forecasts, plan outfits, and schedule events around sunny days, only to find ourselves caught in unexpected rain. Or traffic. We leave early, plan our routes, even use advanced apps to avoid congestion, but a single accident can throw it all into chaos. Or consider other people. No matter how much we try to persuade, manipulate, or anticipate their actions, people will always remain unpredictable. Taoism's wisdom is not that planning is useless. It's that planning must never be confused with control. The moment we expect reality to bend to our will, we set ourselves up for suffering. Taoism suggests a different path. Loosen your grip. Instead of fighting to dominate every detail, learn to move with the currents of life. The river flows regardless of our demands. Our choice is whether to exhaust ourselves swimming against it or to discover the ease of floating along its path. This doesn't mean passivity or laziness. It doesn't mean we abandon goals or stop caring about the future. It means we hold our plans lightly, adjusting gracefully when life inevitably changes course. This attitude transforms anxiety into adaptability. Instead of resisting reality, we become flexible enough to dance with it. Imagine driving in heavy traffic. One person clenches the wheel, swears at every slowdown, and arrives at their destination exhausted and furious. Another accepts that traffic is part of the journey, turns on some music, and uses the time as a chance to breathe. Both people sit in the same traffic jam, but only one suffers. The difference isn't the situation, it's the mindset. Taoism teaches us to adopt this lighter touch with all of life. The world will continue to surprise us, whether we like it or not. But when we stop demanding that it always obey us, we begin to find a strange kind of peace. Much of our stress comes from confusing influence with control. We can influence many things, our habits, our mindset, the effort we put into our work, but we cannot control the results. The student can study diligently but cannot control the exam. The athlete can train hard but cannot control the weather on game day. The entrepreneur can plan carefully but cannot control the market. In Taoism, wisdom means knowing where your influence ends and where the uncontrollable begins. This awareness allows us to invest our energy wisely rather than wasting it on battles we cannot win. It is this lesson that makes Taoism a powerful antidote to anxiety. Anxiety thrives on the illusion that if we just think harder, worry more, and plan better, we can guarantee safety. But Taoism asks us to pause and reflect. What exactly are we trying to guarantee? Absolute certainty does not exist. Security is temporary. The more we cling to it, the more fragile it becomes. The Taoist approach is to release the illusion and embrace the flow. It's not about becoming careless, it's about caring in a way that doesn't destroy us. Try this simple daily practice. Before rushing into your day, ask yourself one question. What am I forcing today that I could let flow instead? Perhaps it's a conversation you're over-rehearsing in your head, a project you're trying to perfect beyond reason, or a situation you desperately want to control but can't. By identifying one area where you can soften your grip, you give yourself permission to breathe. Over time, this practice builds a mindset of trust. Instead of battling life, you learn to collaborate with it. Taoism doesn't promise that life will stop throwing challenges at you. Storms will come, plans will fail, people will surprise you. But it does promise that if you stop clinging so tightly, you will find the strength to bend without breaking. The irony is that true control, the ability to remain steady and calm, comes only when you give up the illusion of controlling everything else. And once you understand this, life becomes lighter. You stop drowning in your anxieties and instead learn to float on the current of the Tao. Wu Wei is one of the most misunderstood ideas in Taoism, yet it may also be the most liberating. At first glance, the phrase translates to non-action, and this often leads people to believe it's about laziness, passivity, or sitting around doing nothing. But this interpretation misses the mark entirely. Wu Wei is not about abandoning effort, it's about a different kind of effort. One that aligns itself so closely with the natural rhythm of life that it feels effortless. It is action without unnecessary struggle, movement without resistance, accomplishment without strain. Think of it not as doing nothing, but as doing without forcing. The Taoist masters often compared Wu Wei to the way a skilled martial artist fights. A novice may approach combat with rigid techniques, relying on sheer strength and force. They swing wildly, clench their muscles, and waste energy trying to overpower their opponent. But a master understands that strength without timing is useless. Instead of brute force, The master flows with the opponent's movements, striking only when the moment is right, and retreating when retreat brings advantage. Every action is precise, effortless, and almost graceful. From the outside, it looks easy, as if the master is barely trying. Yet this ease comes not from weakness, but from years of aligning body, mind, and spirit with the rhythm of the encounter. That is Wu Wei, the art of acting in harmony with the situation rather than fighting against it. Lao Tzu used the metaphor of water to explain this principle. Water is soft, yielding, and without shape, yet it flows around obstacles and eventually wears down even the hardest rock. It does not resist the mountain in its way, it simply flows around it. Over time, the mountain itself is shaped by the persistence of water. Water accomplishes its purpose without arrogance, without struggle, and without exhaustion. This is the essence of Wu Wei, achieving without forcing, succeeding without striving, winning without exhausting oneself in endless battles. Now contrast this with how most of us live today. Our culture glorifies hustle, productivity, and constant striving. We are told that if we're not grinding, we're falling behind. Every day is a race to prove our worth through endless tasks, goals, and achievements. This obsession with effort often leads to burnout. People push themselves past their limits, believing that sheer determination will bend life to their will. But the harder they push, the more resistance they encounter. Projects stall, relationships strain, and health deteriorates. It is as if life itself resists those who insist on forcing it. Wu Wei offers another path. Instead of constantly battling reality, we can learn to act with it. Imagine someone trying to row a boat upstream. Every stroke is exhausting, progress is slow, and frustration builds with each passing moment. Eventually, the rower collapses from fatigue. But if that same person turned the boat downstream, the river itself would carry them forward with far less effort. They would still need to steer, still need to make choices, but the journey would feel lighter, smoother, more natural. Wu Wei is about recognizing when you're rowing against the current of life and learning to let the river carry you instead. It's not about abandoning the oars, it's about rowing with wisdom. This principle applies in countless modern situations. Think of creativity. Writers who force words onto the page often produce clumsy work. Musicians who obsess over every note drain the life from their music. But when they let go of the need to control every detail and allow themselves to enter the flow of creation, the words, sounds, and ideas seem to arise effortlessly. Athletes call this being in the zone. Artists call it inspiration. Taoists call it Wu Wei. It is that state where action feels so natural that you forget you are acting at all. Or take decision-making. Many people agonize endlessly over choices, paralyzed by the fear of making a mistake. They analyze, overthink, and consult every possible source of advice until their minds are cluttered and exhausted. Wu Wei suggests another way: pause, step back, and allow clarity to emerge. Often the best decisions are not those we force through excessive analysis, but those that arise naturally once we quiet the noise. In this way, Wu Wei is about trust. Trusting that life will reveal the right moment, trusting that our instincts will recognize it, and trusting that action taken in harmony will be more powerful than 1,000 forced efforts. This doesn't mean we stop working or abandon discipline. In fact, Wu Wei often demands great skill. Think of a calligrapher painting a stroke with effortless elegance. That stroke may appear spontaneous, but it is backed by years of practice. The mastery allows for ease. Without training, without preparation, effortless action is just carelessness. With mastery, effortless action becomes art. The Taoist sage does not deny the value of effort, they simply direct it differently. Effort goes into preparation, alignment, and awareness. Then, when the moment of action arrives, it flows without strain. There's a Taoist story about an archer. A beginner trembles with effort, straining to pull the bow, sweating over the target, desperate to hit the mark. But the master archer is calm. They breathe, they wait, they pull the bowstring with ease, and the arrow flies true. The difference is not in the strength of the arm, but in the presence of the mind. Wu Wei is that presence, a way of being where the right action arises without inner conflict. In daily life, applying Wu Wei means asking yourself, am I forcing this? Am I trying to bend this situation to my will, or am I aligning with what is already unfolding? This reflection helps us catch ourselves in moments of unnecessary struggle. Maybe it's the way we try to control a conversation, pushing our opinions too forcefully instead of listening. Maybe it's the way we obsess over making everything perfect at work, even when good enough would suffice. Or maybe it's the way we push our bodies beyond their limits, ignoring the signals of fatigue. Wu Wei teaches us that wisdom is not about doing more, but about knowing when to do less. Here's a simple exercise you can try. Before acting on something important, pause for a moment, take a breath. Ask yourself, am I forcing this or is this flowing? If it feels like forcing, step back. Wait. Reconsider your approach. If it feels like flowing, natural, aligned, effortless, then move forward. This pause creates a space for wisdom to enter. It prevents you from acting out of desperation and allows you to act with clarity. Over time, this practice shifts your whole relationship with life. You begin to notice when you're swimming upstream unnecessarily, and you start seeking the currents that will carry you with less resistance. Wu Wei doesn't mean life will always be easy. Storms will still come, challenges will still arise, and effort will still be required. But it changes the quality of your effort. Instead of exhausting yourself fighting battles that don't need to be fought, you conserve your energy for the moments that truly matter. You become like the martial artist who knows when to strike and when to yield, when to advance and when to retreat. And in doing so, your life gains a rhythm, a balance, a grace that striving alone could never achieve. The power of Wu Wei lies in its paradox. The less you force, the more effective you become. The softer you move, the stronger you stand. The more you let go, the more you accomplish. It turns life from a constant struggle into a flowing dance. And when you learn to dance with life instead of wrestle it, you discover a kind of peace and joy that no amount of control or striving could ever give. Simplicity is one of the deepest treasures in Taoist wisdom, yet in modern times it's also one of the hardest things for people to embrace. Taoism teaches that when life is simple, it becomes clear. When we strip away what is unnecessary, we finally see what is essential. But our world is built on the opposite idea, that happiness comes from adding more. More possessions, more accomplishments, more connections, more experiences. We are bombarded with messages telling us that if we just buy the next thing, reach the next milestone, or collect more followers and recognition, then finally we'll feel fulfilled. Yet for all this accumulation, people are more anxious, restless, and dissatisfied than ever. Taoism reminds us that fulfillment doesn't come from piling on layers of more. It comes from peeling them away. The Taoist sages often spoke of returning to the uncarved block. Imagine a piece of wood before it has been carved into shapes or decorated with patterns. In its natural state, it is whole, simple, and unspoiled. This uncarved block represents our original nature, life before it becomes cluttered with complications, desires, and endless striving. In Taoist thought, wisdom is not about adding more to the block, but about returning to its original simplicity. The more we add layers of complexity, ambitions, possessions, labels, and distractions, the further we drift from the natural harmony of life. Simplicity brings us back. Think for a moment about how much of modern life revolves around accumulation. We are encouraged to own more clothes than we can wear, more devices than we can use, more commitments than we can fulfill. Our homes overflow with things, our calendars are crammed with appointments, and our minds are stuffed with information. And yet, despite all this abundance, people rarely feel satisfied. In fact, the more we own, the more we seem to want. The more we schedule, the busier we become. The more we consume, the emptier we feel. Taoism recognized this paradox long ago. Chasing excess creates lack, while embracing less creates contentment. There's a Taoist line that says, "He who knows that enough is enough will always have enough." It is not the person with the most possessions who feels rich, but the one who feels no lack. True wealth, from a Taoist perspective, is contentment with simplicity. This is a radical teaching in a world where entire economies are driven by the promise that happiness is always one purchase away. Consumerism thrives on dissatisfaction. It whispers in our ear that what we have is not enough, who we are is not enough, and the solution is always outside of us, waiting on a shelf or in an online cart. Taoism flips this story upside down. It tells us that what we already have can be enough if we learn to see it. Simplicity is not only about material possessions, though that's often where the journey begins. It is also about how we use our time and how we carry ourselves mentally. Consider schedules. Many people today feel constantly overwhelmed, not because they lack time, but because their time is scattered across too many commitments. Every day becomes a frantic rush from one obligation to the next, leaving little room for rest, reflection, or simply being. Taoism invites us to simplify our schedules, not as an act of laziness, but as an act of wisdom. When we do less, we can give more attention to what truly matters. A life filled with too many activities leaves no space for depth. A life simplified creates room for meaning. And then there is mental clutter. Just as a messy room makes it hard to focus, a cluttered mind prevents us from experiencing clarity. Overthinking, endless comparison, constant worry. These are forms of mental noise that keep us from peace. Taoist simplicity means clearing space not only in our homes and schedules, but also in our thoughts. It asks us, what beliefs, fears, or desires are we carrying that add no value to our lives? What could we let go of to feel lighter? Sometimes the greatest simplification is not external, but internal, learning to silence the unnecessary chatter of the mind. Imagine your life as a garden. Every possession, every commitment, every thought is a plant growing there. Some plants give fruit and beauty, but others are weeds, draining energy and crowding the space. If you never clear the weeds, the garden becomes chaotic, and soon even the healthy plants suffer. Taoist simplicity is like weeding the garden of your life. It is not about stripping everything away, but about creating space for what matters most to grow. This perspective can transform the way we approach everyday choices. Before buying something new, ask yourself, will this truly add value to my life, or will it just take up space? Before saying yes to another commitment, ask, will this nourish me, or will it scatter my energy further? Before indulging another round of anxious thoughts, ask, is this worry helping me, or is it just more noise? By asking these questions, you begin to practice simplicity in real time. A helpful way to start is with a small, practical exercise. Identify 3 things you can remove from your life this week to create more space. It could be as tangible as a pile of clothes you never wear, as structural as a recurring obligation that drains you, or as invisible as a toxic habit of overthinking. By intentionally removing what is unnecessary, you create room for clarity. Over time, this habit reshapes your relationship with life. You begin to see that happiness was never hiding in more. It was waiting in the quiet space of less. It's important to remember that simplicity doesn't mean deprivation. Taoist simplicity is not about living with nothing. It is about living with enough. It is not about rejecting beauty or comfort. It is about seeing beauty in what is already present. It is not about punishing yourself with austerity. It is about freeing yourself from burdens. When you embrace simplicity, you realize that the moments of true joy are often the simplest. Sharing a meal with someone you love, sitting quietly in nature, finishing a task with focus, or simply breathing without hurry. These are the kinds of moments Taoism calls us to notice, and they are often drowned out when life is too cluttered. In a culture that equates busyness with importance and possessions with status, choosing simplicity can feel countercultural, even rebellious. Yet it is precisely this rebellion that makes it powerful. When you choose less, you are no longer trapped by the endless chase for more. When you choose clarity, you are no longer at the mercy of noise. Taoism doesn't ask us to abandon the world, it asks us to participate in it with lightness. A simple life is not an empty life. It is a life full of space for meaning, for connection, for presence. The more you practice simplicity, the more you see its ripple effect. With fewer possessions, you spend less time maintaining them and more time living. With fewer commitments, you have more energy for the ones that matter. With fewer mental burdens, you experience more peace. Life itself begins to feel lighter, clearer, and more aligned with the Tao, the natural flow of existence. And perhaps that is the real secret. When we stop filling our lives with noise, we discover that happiness was never missing. It was simply hidden under the clutter. One of the most recognizable symbols in the world is the circle divided into black and white halves with a small dot of the opposite color in each side. This is the yin-yang, and it captures one of Taoism's most profound insights, that life is not made of absolute opposites, but of complementary forces that give meaning to each other. Yin is often associated with qualities like stillness, rest, softness, darkness, and receptivity. Yang, on the other hand, represents movement, activity, strength, light, and outward expression. At first glance, they may seem like opposites, but Taoism teaches us that they are not enemies. Instead, they are partners in a constant dance, each one incomplete without the other. Night is only meaningful in relation to day. Rest only restores us because of work. Silence deepens our appreciation of sound. The beauty of yin and yang lies not in their separation, but in their relationship. This relationship reminds us that life is not linear, but cyclical. In Western thinking, we often view life as a straight line, always moving forward, always chasing growth, always climbing towards some ultimate peak. But Taoism presents a different picture. Life moves in rhythms, like the waxing and waning of the moon, the turning of the seasons, the ebb and flow of tides. There is a time for expansion and a time for contraction, a time for activity and a time for rest. These cycles are not flaws or obstacles, but the very structure of existence. When we fight against them, we suffer. When we align with them, we find balance. To live in harmony with yin and yang is to recognize that no single mode of being can dominate forever. To push endlessly toward one extreme is to invite its collapse into the other. We can see this imbalance clearly in modern life. The culture of hustle glorifies yang energy, productivity, achievement, ambition, speed. We celebrate the grind, the late nights, the endless pursuit of more. But when yang dominates without yin to balance it, the result is burnout. People work themselves into exhaustion, neglect their health, and lose touch with their inner lives. On the other side of the spectrum, overstimulation from constant entertainment, technology, and consumer culture can drive people into numbness, a distorted yin where withdrawal becomes escapism rather than rest. In both cases, imbalance robs us of wholeness. Without balance, work becomes drudgery, rest becomes avoidance, play becomes addiction, and ambition becomes obsession. The wisdom of yin and yang is that each force carries the seed of the other. Within activity, there is the need for stillness. Within stillness, there is the potential for movement. The small dot of white inside the black and the small dot of black inside the white remind us that no state is pure and no state is permanent. Taoism teaches us not to cling to one side or reject the other, but to move gracefully between them as life requires. Just as breathing depends on both inhaling and exhaling, so too does living depend on both yin and yang. Applying this to daily life begins with awareness. Think about your relationship with work and rest. Do you swing too heavily toward constant effort, believing that pausing makes you unworthy or lazy? Or do you lean too far toward avoidance, letting fear of effort keep you from growth? Balance means respecting both sides. Work is noble when it creates meaning and provides service, but it becomes destructive when it consumes every moment of your day. Rest is restorative when it allows healing and reflection, but it becomes harmful when it turns into endless procrastination. To honor yin and yang is to see both as essential parts of the same whole. The same balance applies to ambition and play. Ambition drives us to grow, to push boundaries, to create. But ambition without play turns life into a relentless chase, where joy is postponed to some distant future. Play, on the other hand, brings lightness, spontaneity, and creativity. It reminds us that not every moment needs to be productive to be valuable. Yet play without ambition risks stagnation, where we drift without direction. Taoist wisdom asks us to blend the two, pursue goals with seriousness, but never lose the ability to laugh, to rest, to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Balance also matters in our relationships with others. Yang energy is often outward, giving, speaking, acting, expressing. Yin energy is inward, listening, receiving, observing, nurturing. Healthy relationships require both. Too much yang and you dominate, failing to hear others. Too much yin and you lose yourself, absorbing the desires of others while neglecting your own. Harmony comes when we learn when to speak and when to listen, when to lead and when to follow, when to give and when to receive. Taoism shows us that self and others are not in competition but in a relationship, just like yin and yang. When we cultivate balance, our connections grow deeper and more authentic. Yin-yang balance can also be seen in how we treat our bodies and minds. Exercise, movement, and challenge are yang qualities. Rest, recovery, and nourishment are yin. A body trained without recovery breaks down. A mind pushed without rest collapses into stress. Yet too much stillness creates weakness and stagnation. Balance is not about finding a perfect midpoint at all times, but about respecting the rhythm of both. There are days when pushing yourself is necessary, and days when stepping back is wisdom. Taoism encourages us to feel into those cycles and honor them, rather than imposing artificial schedules that ignore our nature. To bring this principle into practice, try an exercise of awareness. At the end of each day, reflect on how much of your energy was in yin and how much was in yang. Were you mostly active, outward, striving, or were you mostly resting, receiving, withdrawing? Ask yourself, did I live today in balance, or did I lean too far into one side? This simple act of noticing can reveal patterns. Perhaps you'll find that 5 days in a row were dominated by yang energy. Endless work, constant doing. That may explain the fatigue you feel. Or maybe you'll notice too many days of yin energy, inactivity, avoidance, retreat, and realize it's time to re-engage with the world. By observing your balance, you begin to realign with the natural cycles Taoism points to. The wisdom of yin and yang also helps us accept change. Nothing lasts forever. High energy gives way to low joy cycles into sorrow, growth slows into decline. This is not failure, it is life. To cling to one side, to demand that summer never end or the joy never fade, is to resist the very rhythm that sustains the world. Taoism teaches us to honor these transitions. Winter prepares the ground for spring. Night allows the body to rest for the day. Sorrow deepens our capacity for joy. every cycle contains its opposite, waiting to emerge. When we stop fearing these changes, we learn to live in harmony with them. Ultimately, Yin and Yang invite us to see wholeness where our culture often sees division. We are told to always be active, always be productive, always be growing. But Taoism whispers that rest, reflection, and stillness are just as sacred. We are told to choose between ambition and joy, between self and others, between strength and softness. Taoism shows us that we don't have to choose, we can hold both in balance. The circle of yin and yang is not split down the middle as a line of conflict. It curves in a way that shows motion, interconnection, and flow. Life itself is a dance of these two energies, and our task is not to suppress one, but to move gracefully with both. When we begin to honor this dance, we discover a deeper peace. Work no longer feels like slavery because it is balanced with genuine rest. Rest no longer feels like guilt because it is balanced with meaningful effort. Ambition no longer feels like endless striving because it is balanced with joy. Play no longer feels empty because it is balanced with purpose. By living with yin and yang, we rediscover harmony, not by forcing life into one extreme, but by allowing it to cycle naturally between its complementary halves. Water is one of the most powerful teachers in Taoism. At first glance, it seems weak, soft, and yielding. You can scoop it up with your hands, spill it on the ground, or pour it from one container into another. It has no fixed form, no sharp edges, nothing about it that seems strong in the way we usually imagine strength. Yet Lao Tzu tells us, nothing in the world is softer than water, yet it overcomes the hard. Think about what that means. Water wears down mountains, carves valleys, shapes landscapes, and nourishes all life. It does this not by force, but by patience and persistence. It doesn't resist obstacles head-on, it flows around them. It doesn't demand to be one shape, it adapts to whatever vessel it enters. Water demonstrates a paradoxical kind of strength, the strength that comes not from rigidity, but from flexibility. This image of water is more than poetry. It is a guide for living. Taoism invites us to adopt the qualities of water in our daily lives, to be soft but enduring, yielding but unstoppable, adaptable but powerful. Water never breaks because it never insists on being rigid. When it meets resistance, it bends. When it encounters barriers, it finds another path. Over time, what appears soft proves stronger than what appears hard. The rock may resist for a while, but eventually, the water shapes it. This is a radical lesson, especially in modern culture where we're often taught to be unbending, to hold firm, to resist change. Taoism suggests that real resilience doesn't come from hardness, it comes from the ability to flow. Modern life, however, often drives us toward the opposite of this wisdom. We are encouraged to cling tightly to plans, to craft rigid identities, to perfect every detail of our careers, relationships, and goals. From an early age, we're told to figure out what we want to be and to pursue it without compromise. Perfectionism and rigidity are praised as virtues. But what happens when life refuses to fit into our carefully drawn lines? A plan falls apart, a relationship changes, a career path crumbles. If we are too rigid, these shifts break us. Like brittle glass, we shatter under pressure. Rigidity may give us the illusion of strength, but it is fragile strength. Strength that cannot survive the unexpected. Consider how this plays out in careers. Many people decide at a young age what they want to be, and they cling to that decision for decades. Even when the job drains them, or the industry collapses, or their passions change, they resist adapting because they fear letting go of the plan. Others define success so narrowly, a certain title, a certain salary, a certain image, that when life doesn't deliver exactly that, they spiral into despair. Taoism offers a different path. Be like water, flow into new opportunities, adapt to new circumstances, allow yourself to change shape without losing your essence. Just as water can be a river, a lake, or a drop of rain, you too can take different forms at different times without ceasing to be yourself. The same principle applies in relationships. Often we enter relationships with fixed ideas of how they should be. We expect people to meet certain standards, behave in certain ways, or fulfill certain roles. When they don't, we push harder, trying to bend them into our mold. But people are not rocks to be carved, they are rivers flowing in their own direction. Rigidity in relationships creates conflict, resentment, and disappointment. Flexibility, on the other hand, allows us to adapt to each other's changes, to flow with the natural rhythm of growth, and to find harmony even when life doesn't follow our script. Flexibility doesn't mean losing yourself, it means adjusting without breaking, shifting without resistance, and recognizing that love itself is more fluid than rigid expectations. Identity too benefits from this lesson. In the modern world, identity is often treated as something solid and unchanging. We are pressured to define ourselves in terms of career, personality, or social status. But Taoism reminds us that identity is more like water than stone. Who you are at 20 is not who you are at 40, and who you are at 40 is not who you will be at 70. Clinging to a rigid sense of self can make you fearful of growth and resistant to change. But if you allow yourself to be like water, you realize that transformation is not a loss, but a natural flow. You are not betraying yourself when you evolve. You are returning to the essence of life itself, which is constant change. Perfectionism is one of the clearest ways rigidity shows up in modern times. Perfectionism convinces us that unless something is flawless, it is worthless. We push ourselves endlessly, terrified of mistakes, ashamed of imperfection. But perfectionism is brittle, it cannot handle failure, and it leaves no room for spontaneity. Taoist wisdom shows us that water doesn't need to be perfect to be powerful. It doesn't flow in straight lines or symmetrical patterns. Its beauty lies in its adaptability, in its willingness to move wherever gravity takes it. When we adopt this perspective, we stop demanding perfection from ourselves and others. Instead, we learn to value progress, flow, and the natural unfolding of events. Think of how different life feels when you embrace flexibility. Obstacles become less intimidating because you know you can move around them. Failures become less devastating because you know you can change direction. Unexpected changes become less frightening because you trust your ability to adapt. This is the resilience of water, not to avoid challenges but to meet them with softness. Water does not conquer the rock by smashing into it with force. It conquers by patiently flowing around it until the rock itself yields. The lesson is clear. In the long run, flexibility outlasts rigidity. To begin practicing this lesson, try a simple reflection exercise. Ask yourself, where am I being rigid? How can I become like water here? Maybe it's in your career, where you're clinging to a plan that no longer excites you. Maybe it's in a relationship, where you expect someone to behave exactly as you want instead of accepting them as they are. Maybe it's in your own self-image, where you resist changing because you fear what others might think. Wherever you find rigidity, look for ways to soften, to adapt, to flow. You don't need to abandon your values or your direction. You only need to release the demand that life must unfold exactly according to your script. The beauty of being like water is that it doesn't mean passivity. Water is not weak. It moves mountains, sustains life, and survives every storm. But it does this without rigidity. It remains true to itself, always water, always flowing, yet it takes on the shape of whatever it encounters. In the same way, you can remain true to your essence while adapting to the circumstances of your life. Flexibility is not about losing who you are. It's about allowing who you are to find new expressions. In the end, Taoism's lesson of water teaches us that strength and softness are not opposites. They are partners. True strength is not about resisting change, but about flowing with it. True softness is not about fragility, but about endurance. When you embody the qualities of water, you discover a kind of freedom that rigidity can never provide. The freedom to move, to adapt, to survive, and to thrive no matter what obstacles stand in your way. And in that freedom, you find not only resilience, but also peace. One of the deepest Taoist insights is that much of our suffering comes not from what happens to us, but from how tightly we cling to things we can never truly hold. Control, attachment, and grasping are illusions that promise security, but instead deliver anxiety and fear. We believe that if we just cling hard enough to relationships, possessions, reputations, or outcomes, then we will be safe from disappointment. But life constantly reminds us that nothing is permanent. People change, circumstances shift, success comes and goes, and the future cannot be guaranteed. When we resist this truth, we suffer. When we accept it, we find freedom. Detachment in Taoism is not about indifference or withdrawal from life. It is about loosening the grip that keeps us trapped, so we can flow with life instead of being dragged by it. Zhuangzi, one of the great Taoist sages, captured this wisdom with the story of the useless tree. In this tale, a carpenter sees a massive ancient tree that has lived for centuries. Its trunk is gnarled, its wood twisted and unsuitable for furniture or construction. The carpenter scoffs, saying the tree is useless because it cannot be shaped into anything valuable. But Zhuangzi points out that it is precisely this uselessness that has allowed the tree to survive. Other straight, useful trees have long since been cut down and turned into tools or houses, but this tree remains free and alive. Its uselessness is its freedom. This parable flips our modern values upside down. We often define our worth by how useful we are, how productive, efficient, or valuable we appear in the eyes of society. Social media amplifies this mindset, turning everything into a performance: how good we look, how successful we appear, how many likes and followers we can gather. But this constant striving to prove our value traps us. We cling to numbers, images, and comparisons that will never stop shifting. Like the carpenter, we mistake usefulness for worth. Taoism invites us to see things differently. Perhaps freedom comes not from being useful by society's standards, but from being free of the need to constantly prove ourselves. Clinging shows up in countless ways in modern life. We cling to outcomes, obsessing over whether our plans succeed or fail. We cling to identities, insisting we must always be the same person we once were. We cling to relationships, fearing abandonment or change. We even cling to control over our own emotions, demanding that we always feel happy, confident, and successful. But life does not obey these demands. The tighter we cling, the more fragile we become. A single setback can devastate us. A single rejection can feel like the end of the world. Taoism teaches that the only way to find lasting peace is to let go of this desperate need for control. Letting go does not mean carelessness. It does not mean giving up on goals, ignoring responsibilities, or neglecting people we love. It means shifting our relationship with outcomes. We can still act, strive, and care deeply, but we stop demanding that life must turn out exactly the way we want. We learn to accept impermanence as part of the natural flow of existence. Just as seasons change and rivers shift, so too do circumstances, emotions, and people. When we embrace this truth, we discover a freedom that control could never offer. One practical way to cultivate this Taoist detachment is through the breath. Breathing is the most basic rhythm of life, yet it also holds a profound lesson. Each inhale brings life-giving air, but if we tried to hold that breath forever, it would suffocate us. The exhale is necessary, a letting go that allows space for the next inhale. In the same way, clinging to people, possessions, or outcomes suffocates us. Freedom comes from learning to exhale, to release, to allow life to flow in cycles. Try this as a daily practice. When you breathe out, imagine letting go of one thing you are holding on to too tightly. It could be a fear, a desire, or an expectation. With each exhale, release your grip a little more. Over time, this practice trains the mind to let go with the same ease as the body releases air. Another powerful tool is reflection. Journaling allows us to shine a light on the hidden attachments we carry. Many of us cling unconsciously, not even realizing how much of our energy is spent holding on. To bring this into awareness, ask yourself, what am I holding on to that prevents me from flowing? Write down whatever comes to mind. A past mistake you can't forgive, a fear of failure, a rigid plan for the future, or an image of yourself you refuse to let change. Naming these attachments is the first step toward loosening their grip. Once you see them clearly, you can begin to ask, what would happen if I softened here? What freedom might I find if I let this go? Detachment is not about pushing people or things away. It is about holding them lightly. Imagine holding a bird in your hand. If you squeeze too tightly, you harm it. If you hold with an open palm, the bird can stay or fly, but either way you are at peace. This is the Taoist way, to love, work, and live fully, but without clinging. Relationships are healthier when we allow them to grow naturally, without demanding that they never change. Work is more fulfilling when we focus on the process rather than obsessing over the outcome. Life becomes lighter when we allow it to unfold without needing to script every detail. In the end, detachment gives us the very thing clinging promises but never delivers: freedom from fear. Fear arises because we are terrified of losing what we cling to. When we loosen our grip, the fear loses its power. We stop living in constant anxiety about what might go wrong because we accept that change and loss are part of life. This acceptance doesn't make us cold or unfeeling. It makes us resilient. We can love more deeply because we are not paralyzed by the fear of loss. We can live more fully because we are not suffocated by the need for control. Taoism's lesson of detachment reminds us that freedom is not found in having more, controlling more, or proving more. It is found in releasing the need to hold on. Just like the useless tree, we find strength not by conforming to rigid expectations, but by embracing our own natural way, free of the constant demand to prove our worth. Just like the breath, we find peace not by holding forever, but by learning to let go. In Taoism, there is a recurring theme that life is not a journey of constant accumulation, but one of return. We are not here to endlessly chase after more and more layers of identity, status, and possessions. We are here to rediscover what was always within us. Lao Tzu wrote, "Returning to the root is rest." At first, this may sound abstract, but its meaning is deeply practical. The root is our essence. The place beneath the noise, beneath the masks we wear, beneath the endless striving. To return to the root is to come back to authenticity, to simplicity, to the natural state of being. It is to find rest not in what we acquire, but in who we truly are when all the clutter falls away. In modern life, however, we are pulled in the opposite direction. Instead of returning to the source, we are constantly encouraged to build layers upon layers of identity. Think about how many roles you carry in a single day. Worker, friend, sibling, partner, creator, consumer, competitor. Each role demands a different performance, and each performance adds another mask. Social media amplifies this to an extreme. Online, we curate and project endless versions of ourselves, each designed to be validated by others. We live not just one life, but a dozen digital identities, and each one pulls us further from the root. This identity overload is exhausting. The more we cling to these shifting roles, the less we feel grounded in who we actually are. Taoism offers a powerful reminder. You do not need to become more, you need to return to the simplicity of being. Another obstacle is the ego, that restless voice that insists we are only as valuable as what we accomplish, own, or prove. The ego thrives on separation, me versus them, success versus failure, importance versus insignificance. It constantly pushes us to define ourselves against the world, which means we are always running, always comparing, always fearing what will happen if we stop. But the Tao teaches that the ego is not our root. Beneath it lies a quieter, more spacious self, one that does not need to compete or prove, one that simply is. To return to the source is to reconnect with this deeper self, the self that exists beyond the ego's demands. Distraction is another barrier that keeps us from returning to the root. Our world is designed to fragment attention. Notifications, entertainment, advertisements, and endless information flood our senses. Silence feels foreign. Stillness feels uncomfortable. Many people can't sit quietly for even a few minutes without reaching for their phone or turning on some noise. Yet this constant distraction keeps us from hearing the deeper currents of our own being. Taoism emphasizes the value of silence, not as emptiness but as fullness, the space where life itself can be felt. In silence, we hear not the chatter of the world, but the quiet wisdom of the Tao moving through us. So how do we apply this Taoist teaching of return in our daily lives? The first step is simplicity. Returning to the root means letting go of the unnecessary and rediscovering the essential. This can be as practical as clearing space in your home or as profound as simplifying your inner world. When you strip away the distractions, what remains is closer to truth. Silence is another key. In silence, we stop chasing after every thought or stimulus and allow ourselves to simply be. This can be cultivated through meditation or simply by sitting quietly in nature without the need to fill the space with words or activity. Nature itself is one of the most powerful ways to return. When you walk in the woods, sit by a river, or watch the stars, you are reminded of rhythms older than any worry or ambition. You are reminded of the Tao, the way that flows beneath all things. A simple exercise to practice this is to sit in silence for 10 minutes. No music, no phone, no distraction. Just sit. At first, you may feel restless. Your mind may jump from one thought to another. You may feel uncomfortable, even irritated. But if you stay with it, something begins to shift. The resistance softens. The noise inside begins to settle. Beneath the surface chatter, you may feel a deeper calm, the presence of your root. This exercise may seem simple, even trivial, but it is a powerful way to return to yourself. The more you practice, the more you discover that beneath all the noise, there is a stillness that has always been there. Returning to the source also means embracing authenticity. Many people spend their lives pretending, playing roles to meet expectations, chasing images of success that aren't truly their own. This constant performance creates inner conflict. The Taoist way invites us to drop the masks and live in alignment with our true nature. This doesn't mean rejecting responsibilities or withdrawing from the world. It means showing up as yourself, without the need to distort who you are for approval. Authenticity is not something you add to yourself. It is what remains when you stop pretending. The beauty of returning to the root is that it brings a deep rest, that striving never can. Striving always leaves us tired, because no achievement ever silences the hunger for more. But when you rest in your essence, you realize that you don't need to be more than what you already are. You don't need to grasp for validation. You don't need to prove your worth. You can act, create, love, and live from a place of wholeness rather than lack. This is the rest Lao Tzu speaks of. Not mere physical rest, but a rest of the spirit, a return to the ground of being. In a world obsessed with constant forward motion, returning may seem counterintuitive. We are told to chase progress, to always look ahead, to define ourselves by the next milestone. Taoism reminds us that forward is not always the answer. Sometimes wisdom means turning inward, turning back, rediscovering the simplicity we lost along the way. Progress without return is hollow. Only by returning do we find the foundation to move forward with clarity and peace. When you learn to return to the source, life itself begins to feel lighter. The layers of identity, ego, and distraction no longer weigh you down. You begin to experience moments of presence, eating a meal without rushing, walking without distraction, listening without the urge to respond. These moments reveal that happiness was never hiding in the future. It was always here, waiting beneath the noise. To return is not to lose, but to rediscover. It is not to escape, but to come home. In the end, Taoism's lesson of return is a call to wholeness. Beneath all the roles, ambitions, and distractions, you are already complete. The Tao flows through you as it flows through rivers, mountains, and stars. To return to the root is to remember this connection. It is to rest in the truth that you are part of something larger, something timeless, something beyond the grasp of the restless ego. And when you rest there, you discover a peace that no amount of striving can give. We live in a world that has forgotten how to pause. Every empty second has become something we try to escape. The moment there's a lull in conversation, we reach for a screen. The moment we wait in line, we scroll. We've built a life where silence feels like failure, where stillness feels like a waste of time. Yet it wasn't always this way. There was a time when waiting was normal, when the mind was allowed to wander, when boredom wasn't something to fix but something to feel. Today, we treat boredom like a disease, and our cure has become the poison. We've surrounded ourselves with endless stimulation, sounds, screens, lights, and notifications that constantly pull us outward. Every moment is filled, every pause replaced with motion. We tell ourselves that this is productivity, that we're staying informed, staying connected, staying entertained. But beneath it all, something vital has gone missing. The ability to sit with our thoughts, the space to listen to ourselves, the quiet moments where life actually speaks. Silence used to be the place where we met ourselves. Now it's the place we run from the fastest. Think about how often you truly do nothing. No music playing, no phone in your hand, no background noise filling the silence, just you and your thoughts. For most people, that moment never comes. The modern world has made sure of it. We've built devices that make boredom nearly impossible. We carry in our pockets a machine designed to destroy it. Every time the mind slows down, every time we start to feel that quiet emptiness, we reach for the small rectangle of distraction. It's become our reflex. But that reflex comes with a cost, because boredom isn't useless, it's a signal. It's the mind's way of saying, there's something deeper to explore. It's not the absence of meaning, it's the space where meaning begins. When we remove boredom from our lives, we also remove the conditions that allow reflection, creativity, and insight to grow. We cut ourselves off from the default mode of being human, the state where thoughts drift freely, where memories connect, where we begin to understand what truly matters to us. In our effort to fill every second, we've become uncomfortable with ourselves. We no longer know how to be alone with our thoughts, so we drown them out. We no longer know how to wait, so we rush. We no longer know how to rest, so we burn out. We crave peace but avoid the silence that gives birth to it. The paradox of modern life is that we are more connected than ever, yet more disconnected from ourselves. So when was the last time you did nothing, truly nothing? No goals, no noise, no agenda, just being. If you can't remember, that's not your fault. It's how the world is designed. But maybe, just maybe, the stillness you've been avoiding is exactly what your mind and soul have been begging for. Boredom is not the enemy, it's the doorway back to yourself. There's a part of your mind that only wakes up when nothing else is happening. Scientists call it the default mode network. It sounds complex, but it's really quite simple. It's the part of your brain that turns on when you're not focused on anything in particular. When you're daydreaming, thinking about the past, or imagining the future. It's what comes alive when you take a quiet walk, stare out the window, or sit in silence without trying to do or achieve anything. In those moments, your brain isn't idle. It's wandering, connecting, remembering, and creating. The problem is, most of us almost never let this part of our brain work anymore. We've replaced every quiet moment with stimulation, every empty space with noise. The default mode network is like a forgotten muscle. If you never let it move, it weakens. But when you give it time, it becomes one of the most powerful tools for understanding yourself and the world around you. When you allow your mind to wander, it begins to make connections you didn't consciously notice. It pieces together memories, links ideas, and forms insights that structured thinking alone can't produce. That's why some of your best ideas appear in the shower, on a long drive, or just before you fall asleep. Those moments feel random, but they're not. They're the mind finally given permission to breathe. In our world of constant attention grabbing, that permission has become rare. We spend nearly every waking minute reacting to notifications, messages, updates, and alerts. We fill our brains with constant input but never give them time to process. Imagine eating non-stop throughout the day, but never giving your body time to digest. Eventually, it would make you sick. That's what we do to our minds. We're mentally overfed and spiritually starved. The default mode network is your mind's way of digesting life. It turns raw experience into wisdom, random thoughts into meaning, and confusion into clarity, but only if you let it. Philosophers have always understood this, long before scientists could see it on brain scans. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "To be still is to allow the mind to see." Stillness doesn't mean doing nothing in the shallow sense. It means giving yourself space to see clearly. When Marcus reflected in silence during his military campaigns, he wasn't being unproductive. He was doing what leaders and thinkers throughout history have done, using stillness to strengthen the mind. The Stoics saw solitude and reflection not as luxuries, but as disciplines. They understood that a restless mind can't see truth, just as turbulent water can't reflect the sky. When we say boredom is useless, we miss the point. Boredom is not emptiness, it's mental space. It's the open field where your thoughts can stretch, explore, and wander freely. Without that space, your inner world shrinks. You become a surface-level version of yourself, efficient, informed, distracted, but rarely wise. The thoughts that could change your life need silence to emerge. They're delicate. They can't survive the noise of constant distraction. Think about how creativity often appears. An artist doesn't come up with an idea by forcing it, but by stepping back. A writer doesn't solve a problem by staring harder at the page, but by taking a walk and letting the mind drift. Even Einstein said his best ideas came when he wasn't working, when he was sailing, walking, or playing the violin. What they were all doing without realizing it was giving their default mode network space to work. They were practicing the art of boredom. When we call boredom wasting time, we show how disconnected we've become from our own nature. The brain isn't a machine meant to be constantly switched on. It's more like a rhythm, a balance between focus and rest, stimulation and reflection. Just as muscles grow during rest after effort, the mind grows during stillness after thought. But our modern rhythm is broken. We're stuck in permanent stimulation, and we mistake that constant motion for progress. We consume more information than any generation before us, yet we understand less. We move faster, yet go nowhere deeper. Allowing boredom isn't about rejecting technology or productivity. It's about remembering that the mind has two gears, one for doing and one for being. Most people live their whole lives stuck in the first gear. They never learn to shift down. That's why life starts to feel shallow, repetitive, and meaningless. The default mode network is what helps you see the bigger picture. It's where self-awareness lives. The part of you that can look at your life and ask, why am I doing this? What truly matters? Those questions don't appear while you're scrolling or multitasking. They arise when there's nothing else demanding your attention. Boredom, then, is a bridge between distraction and insight, between reaction and reflection. It's uncomfortable at first because it exposes what you've been avoiding, but that discomfort is a sign of growth. The Stoics believed that truth often begins in discomfort. Seneca wrote that leisure without study is death, a tomb for the living man. What he meant was that stillness must be used wisely, not as escape, but as exploration. The default mode network is your tool for that exploration. It's how you find coherence in your experiences, how you make peace with your past, and how you see patterns that your conscious mind misses. Imagine your mind as a lake. Every thought, task, and notification is a stone thrown into it. The water ripples constantly and you can't see the bottom. But when you stop throwing stones, when you sit in silence, the ripples slowly fade. Only then can you see what's beneath the surface. That's what boredom allows. It's not the absence of thought, it's the return of clarity. In those moments, you notice the small details again, the sound of your breath, the rustling of leaves, the simple fact of being alive. That awareness is the foundation of meaning. In a way, boredom reconnects you to the present. When you're constantly stimulated, your mind lives everywhere but here, in what you've missed, what you should do next, or what others are thinking. But boredom pulls you back into the moment. It forces you to face what's in front of you, even if that's just your own wandering thoughts. It's like a mirror that shows you what's truly there, not what's on your screen, but what's in your soul. The tragedy of our time is that we confuse distraction for fulfillment. We feel restless and assume we need more stimulation when in fact we need less. We've trained our minds to expect constant novelty, so when reality slows down it feels unbearable. But this restlessness isn't natural, it's learned. And if it's learned, it can be unlearned. The way to unlearn it is through stillness, through giving your mind the space it's been denied. You don't have to meditate for hours or move to the mountains. You just have to let moments of boredom exist again. Sit at a red light without checking your phone. Wait in line without opening a notification. Let your thoughts drift. It will feel strange at first, even painful. But beneath that discomfort lies something rare: awareness. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to withdraw into yourself whenever you can. He ruled an empire, fought wars, endured loss, yet he knew that his most important work was internal. When you allow your mind to wander, you do something similar. You return to yourself. You let your thoughts find order. You let your emotions settle. You give your brain time to weave meaning out of experience. This is the essence of boredom, not laziness, but openness. It's the silent background of a healthy mind, the pause between notes that makes the music meaningful. If you can learn to endure that silence, to sit with it instead of running from it, you'll find that boredom transforms. It becomes a teacher. It shows you the patterns of your thinking, the direction of your desires, the source of your unrest. It becomes a form of clarity that no amount of stimulation can replace. So don't fear those moments when nothing seems to be happening. That's when the real work begins. Not the work of doing, but the work of being. The mind, when left alone, doesn't decay. It regenerates, it connects, it creates, but only if you give it the space. Boredom is that space, the forgotten muscle that, once strengthened, can carry you deeper into yourself and closer to the kind of peace that no screen, no noise, and no distraction can ever provide. Most people don't avoid stillness because they're too busy. They avoid it because it's uncomfortable. When the noise stops, the mind begins to speak, and often it says things we don't want to hear. Silence pulls away the distractions we use to hide from ourselves. It leaves us alone with our thoughts, our doubts, our fears, and our unanswered questions. And for many, that silence feels unbearable. We fill our lives with movement because standing still means facing what's within. Kierkegaard once wrote, "Boredom is the root of all evil, the despairing refusal to be oneself." He didn't mean that boredom causes us to do evil things, but that our fear of it makes us run from ourselves. When we can't sit quietly, we'll do almost anything to escape. We reach for our phones, open another app, check the news again. Not because we're interested, but because we're avoiding that quiet confrontation. It's easier to distract ourselves than to ask the questions stillness demands. Who am I when no one's watching? What do I really want from my life? Why do I feel restless, even when I have everything I thought I needed? These questions don't appear when you're busy. They appear when you're bored. That's why boredom feels threatening. It's not the absence of stimulation that scares us. It's the presence of truth. The mind, when left alone, begins to wander into the deeper parts of existence, the places where meaning and purpose live. But those places can feel dark and confusing. It's easier to scroll than to reflect. It's easier to distract yourself than to realize that something inside you feels empty. So we fill every quiet space with noise, thinking we're escaping boredom, when in reality we're escaping ourselves. The modern world makes this escape effortless. Our devices are built to hijack the mind's natural discomfort with stillness. Every app, every notification, every vibration on your phone is designed to release a hit of dopamine, the brain chemical that gives you a brief sense of reward. It's the same chemical that drives all forms of addiction. The moment you feel even a hint of boredom, your brain craves that little spark of stimulation. It doesn't matter if it's a text, a headline, or a pointless video, your mind just wants something to distract it from the silence. This constant dopamine loop trains the brain to fear stillness. Each time you reach for your phone at the first sign of boredom, you're teaching yourself that silence is dangerous, that nothingness must be filled immediately. Over time, you lose the ability to simply exist without stimulation. You become dependent on distraction to feel normal. And that dependency quietly erodes your capacity for depth, focus, and meaning. The tragedy is that most people never even notice it happening. They mistake constant activity for life, constant connection for happiness. But in truth, it's not living, it's running. Stillness is like a mirror. When you stop moving, it reflects back everything you've been avoiding, the fears you've buried, the dreams you've postponed, the relationships you've neglected, the person you've become. For a few minutes, that reflection can be painful. You might notice how much of your time is spent chasing things that don't fulfill you, or how disconnected you feel from what really matters. That's why silence can feel almost unbearable at first. It shows you the cost of your distractions. But the pain doesn't mean something's wrong. It means you're finally seeing clearly. We live in a world that tells us to stay busy, to keep moving, to never stop improving, but constant motion can be its own form of avoidance. When you slow down, when you stop filling every second, you begin to sense a deeper kind of hunger. not for stimulation, but for meaning. The problem is, we've forgotten how to feed that hunger. We confuse excitement with purpose and distraction with peace. But no amount of noise can fill an inner void. You can scroll endlessly, achieve endlessly, consume endlessly, but none of it will answer the question that silence is trying to ask you. What are you really searching for? Our ancestors didn't have this problem. They didn't have devices or infinite streams of content to occupy every idle moment. They faced boredom regularly, waiting for crops to grow, walking long distances, sitting by the fire at night. That stillness gave them time to reflect, to dream, to listen to their inner voice. It's no coincidence that some of humanity's greatest insights were born in solitude. Prophets in deserts, philosophers in quiet gardens, monks in silence. They weren't avoiding boredom, they were listening through it. Today, the idea of sitting alone with our thoughts feels almost unnatural. Studies show that many people would rather experience physical pain than be alone with their minds. That's not an exaggeration. In one experiment, participants were asked to sit quietly for 15 minutes with nothing to do. No phone, no books, no distractions. They were told there was a button they could press that would give them a mild electric shock. Most people ended up shocking themselves. They literally preferred pain over stillness. It's as if we've lost the capacity to be with ourselves. But why is it so hard? Because stillness confronts us with a kind of truth that busyness hides. It makes us aware of the gap between who we are and who we pretend to be. It reveals the emotions we've been ignoring: sadness, fear, loneliness. It reminds us that we don't have as much control as we think. When you sit quietly, you realize how little of your life is truly in your control and how fragile it all is. That realization is both terrifying and freeing. Terrifying because it shatters the illusion that distraction helps us maintain. Freeing because once you stop running, you can finally rest. The world sells you the idea that happiness comes from more achievements, more excitement, more noise. But the truth is that happiness often comes from less. Less clutter, less stimulation, less running. When you learn to be still, you discover that most of what you were chasing wasn't necessary. The peace you've been searching for was never lost. It was just buried beneath layers of noise. Stillness strips that noise away. It's the great equalizer. In silence, there are no status updates, no followers, no comparisons. There's just you. And for the first time, that can feel enough. Our relationship with stillness has become distorted by the dopamine-driven world we live in. Every piece of technology we use is designed to make us feel rewarded for avoiding boredom. Infinite scrolling, autoplay videos, constant alerts, they all feed the same cycle. The more you give in, the harder it becomes to stop. The brain adapts quickly to high levels of stimulation, just like it does to any other drug. What once gave you satisfaction no longer feels enough, so you seek more noise, more distraction. And yet, the more you consume, the emptier you feel. It's not because you're weak or broken, it's because the human brain was never built to live like this. We are meant to have quiet. We are meant to have pauses. Stillness is not an obstacle to life, it is a part of it. It's in those pauses that the mind recalibrates, that the soul heals. But when the world around you is engineered to keep you restless, you have to fight for that stillness. You have to make silence intentional, because if you don't, the noise will own you. When you begin to sit with boredom instead of running from it, something interesting happens. The discomfort doesn't last forever. At first, your mind screams for distraction. It feels like withdrawal, because in many ways it is. But if you resist the urge to escape, the noise fades, and a deeper kind of calm begins to rise. You start to notice your breath again. You start to feel present. The same silence that once felt unbearable begins to feel sacred. It becomes a space where thoughts untangle, where emotions settle, where clarity quietly emerges. Stillness is not easy because it requires honesty. It asks you to see yourself without filters. It forces you to ask difficult questions. Am I living in alignment with my values? Am I running toward my purpose? or just running away from my fears? Those answers won't come quickly, but they will come. And when they do, you'll realize that stillness isn't something to fear. It's something to practice. Every great philosophy, from Stoicism to Buddhism, points to this truth. The mind must be able to sit in silence before it can understand anything. The Stoics called it self-examination. The Buddhists called it mindfulness, but the essence is the same. Learn to be at peace with yourself. Because if you can't find peace within, no amount of stimulation outside will ever satisfy you. Kierkegaard was right. Boredom reveals our refusal to be ourselves. But when we stop refusing, when we finally face ourselves without distraction, boredom transforms. It becomes stillness, and stillness becomes understanding. The same quiet that once made you restless begins to feel like home. Because the truth is, you were never running from boredom. You were running from the part of you that needed silence to grow. When you stop running, you'll find that stillness isn't empty at all. It's full of truth, full of life, full of everything that noise made you forget. The mind doesn't fear silence. It just needs to remember what to do with it. And once it does, you'll wonder why you ever filled every second trying to avoid the one thing that could finally make you whole. Doing nothing sounds simple, but it's one of the hardest things you can learn to do. The modern world has taught us that stillness equals laziness, that rest equals weakness, that silence equals emptiness. But the truth is the opposite. Stillness is strength. Rest is awareness. Silence is wisdom. The ability to do nothing, to simply sit and exist without needing to consume, perform, or produce, is a discipline. It's a kind of mental training that few people ever attempt, and fewer still master. Yet, it's one of the most powerful practices for anyone who wants to live with peace and purpose. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that a calm mind was not something that happened by chance, it was something earned through daily practice. Seneca wrote, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." In other words, when your attention is scattered across 100 things, you aren't truly present anywhere. The Stoics valued presence over motion, quality over quantity, depth over speed. They practiced solitude not because they disliked people, but because they understood that the soul needs space to breathe. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, wrote his meditations during military campaigns, often surrounded by chaos and uncertainty. Yet, in the midst of war, he took time to sit in silence and reflect. That's what his journal really was. A daily conversation with himself. He wasn't writing for an audience or chasing approval. He was simply practicing awareness. Every night he asked, "What did I do well? What could I have done better? What truly matters?" These questions were his way of staying anchored in a world that constantly tried to pull him away from himself. In our time, we've lost that habit. We live in constant motion, but most of it is aimless. We fill our days with small tasks, not because they all matter, but because being busy feels safer than being still. Stillness forces us to notice our thoughts, our habits, our contradictions. It's uncomfortable because it shows us who we are beneath the noise, but that's also why it's necessary. You cannot master yourself if you never spend time with yourself. The discipline of doing nothing is really the discipline of awareness, of seeing without reacting, of feeling without running, of existing without needing to justify your existence. The Stoics believed that solitude wasn't an escape from life, it was preparation for it. They used moments of silence as training grounds for the mind. Just as an athlete strengthens the body through deliberate practice, a philosopher strengthens the mind through deliberate stillness. Seneca often advised his students to withdraw from society for short periods, not to hide, but to reflect. He wrote that solitude allows us to find ourselves again, because in the noise of the crowd, it's easy to forget who you are. Doing nothing is not idleness, it's observation. It's learning to step back from the constant stream of external events and look inward. When you sit quietly for 15 minutes and resist the urge to reach for your phone, you're not wasting time, you're reclaiming it. You're reclaiming your mind from the pull of distractions, your attention from the grip of stimulation. In those moments, you begin to notice how restless your thoughts are, how addicted you've become to doing, how uncomfortable silence feels. That's the first stage of awareness, seeing the chaos you carry inside. But if you stay long enough, that chaos begins to settle. Thoughts slow down, the mind starts to open. You begin to feel something that isn't boredom, it's presence. Think of this as your daily training in awareness. Set aside 15 minutes a day to do absolutely nothing. No music, no scrolling, no reading, no multitasking. Just sit. You can close your eyes or stare at the wall. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you resist the impulse to fill the silence. At first, it will be difficult. Your brain will crave stimulation. You'll feel restless, maybe even anxious. That's okay. It's not a sign of failure. It's a sign of detox. You're withdrawing from the constant need for external input. You're teaching your mind to rest again. Over time, those 15 minutes will begin to feel different. The restlessness fades, replaced by clarity. Thoughts start to connect in ways they didn't before. Emotions surface that you didn't know were there. The noise in your head becomes quieter, and underneath it, you find a stillness that feels alive. That's awareness taking root. You begin to see that doing nothing isn't empty, it's full of small details, sensations, and insights that constant motion makes invisible. The air on your skin, the rhythm of your breath, the quiet movement of your thoughts, all of it becomes vivid again. This practice doesn't require you to be a philosopher or monk. It's something anyone can do. You can practice it while sitting on a park bench, during your morning coffee, or right before bed. What matters is not the setting, but the intention, to be present without distraction. The Stoics didn't meditate in the modern sense, but they practiced something similar. They paused before reacting. They reflected before speaking. They reminded themselves daily that the only thing they truly controlled was their mind. That's what the discipline of doing nothing teaches you. Control through awareness. Modern life tries to convince us that peace is a luxury, something we can buy or schedule when things slow down. But peace is not found in escape, it's found in practice. The more you train your mind to sit in stillness, the less control the outside world has over you. When things go wrong, you respond instead of react. When uncertainty appears, you observe instead of panic. When the world gets loud, you can retreat inward and find quiet. That's real strength, not the strength of force but of focus. Seneca once wrote that the greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which hangs upon tomorrow and loses today. When you're constantly distracted, you're always somewhere else, thinking of what's next, who's calling, what you might be missing. Doing nothing breaks that cycle. It anchors you in the present moment, which is the only place life truly happens. You begin to see that most of your anxiety comes from trying to control what isn't here yet or regretting what's already gone. Stillness dissolves both. It teaches you to live where you are, not where you think you should be. You don't need to quit your job, travel the world, or become a monk to experience this. You just need to create small pockets of stillness in your day. When you wake up, sit quietly before touching your phone. When you walk outside, leave your headphones behind. When you eat, taste the food without distraction. These small acts of nothingness begin to reshape your relationship with the world. They slow down your perception, allowing life to unfold at its natural pace instead of at the speed of your feed. The discipline of doing nothing also teaches humility. It reminds you that you are not the center of everything. The world moves on whether you're scrolling or not, whether you're productive or not. When you sit quietly, you begin to see yourself as part of something larger. You notice the sound of birds, the wind through the trees, the passing of time. Life doesn't need you to fill it, it just needs you to notice it. That noticing brings gratitude, and gratitude brings peace. There's a beauty in realizing that you don't always need to interfere. You don't have to force meaning, force progress, or force control. Doing nothing isn't about withdrawal, it's about trust. It's trusting that life has its own rhythm, that insight comes in silence, that healing happens when you stop pushing. The Stoics knew this. They practiced acceptance not as resignation, but as strength. To them, serenity came from aligning with nature, not fighting against it. And nature has its pauses, day and night, tides and seasons, inhale and exhale. You too need those pauses. Doing nothing for 15 minutes a day may seem small, but it's a radical act in a world addicted to movement. It's an act of rebellion against the culture of endless productivity. It's a way of saying, I refuse to let my attention be controlled. I choose to belong to myself again. Over time, that small ritual begins to ripple outward. You become calmer, more focused, more grounded. You start to carry that stillness into everything you do. Work becomes more meaningful, conversations become deeper, life feels lighter. The Stoics practiced the art of living with intention, and doing nothing is one of the purest ways to practice it today. It's not a waste of time, it's a reclaiming of it. Each moment of stillness becomes a mirror, showing you who you are beneath the noise. And when you learn to see that clearly, you no longer need constant distraction to feel alive. You realize that life is already here, quietly unfolding, waiting for you to pay attention. So treat boredom as a teacher, not an enemy. Let silence be your daily training in awareness. Sit with it, breathe with it, and let it shape you. There's a kind of power that only reveals itself when you stop trying so hard. A power that comes not from effort, but from ease. Taoism calls it Wu Wei, the art of effortless action. It doesn't mean doing nothing in the lazy sense. It means doing without forcing, acting in harmony with the natural flow of life instead of pushing against it. To understand Wu Wei is to understand that the universe itself moves through stillness. Rivers flow without strain, grass grows without trying, the sun rises without effort. Nothing in nature rushes, yet everything gets done. When we slow down and learn to move with that rhythm, we tap into something deeper than productivity. We begin to create in the same way nature does, organically, patiently, and beautifully. In our modern world, we glorify effort. We worship hustle. We believe that the harder we push, the more we'll achieve. But the truth is, effort has its limits. The more you force things, the more resistance you create, both in the world and in yourself. The Taoists understood this thousands of years ago. They taught that life, like water, finds its way not by force, but by flow. Water doesn't struggle to reach the ocean, it simply follows the path of least resistance. When it meets a rock, it doesn't fight. It curves around it, and in time, that same soft water carves through mountains. That is the paradox of stillness. What seems passive often turns out to be the most powerful force of all. Wu Wei is about aligning with that natural flow. It's about recognizing that not every problem needs to be solved immediately, not every moment needs to be filled, not every silence needs to be broken. When you stop forcing outcomes, you make space for things to unfold on their own. That space is where creativity is born. Think about the moments when you've had your best ideas. They probably didn't come when you were straining to think harder. They came when you were relaxed, on a walk, in the shower, while lying in bed. Those flashes of inspiration weren't accidents. They were the result of letting go. When the mind stops pushing, it begins to wander, and in that wandering, connections form that logic alone could never create. Boredom, in this way, becomes a kind of doorway to creativity. When you stop feeding your mind constant stimulation, it starts to feed itself. It begins to build, imagine, explore. But that can only happen in idleness, in those stretches of time when nothing is demanding your attention. The Taoists would say that creativity is not something you force out of yourself, but something you allow to come through you. It's like trying to clear a pond by stirring it. It only makes the water murkier, but if you leave it still, it clears on its own. The same is true for the mind. You don't have to chase clarity, you just have to stop disturbing it. In Western culture, we often associate idleness with weakness or waste. But in the East, idleness has long been seen as wisdom. Lao Tzu, the ancient Chinese philosopher and author of the Tao Te Ching, taught that doing nothing yet leaving nothing undone is the highest form of living. What he meant was that true mastery isn't about constant action. It's about acting at the right time, in the right way, with the right spirit. It's about letting your actions arise naturally instead of forcing them from anxiety or ego. When you live this way, effort transforms into grace. You start doing things not because you feel pressured to, but because they emerge effortlessly from who you are. This is where idleness shows its hidden power. It's not laziness, it's trust. It's trusting that life will move forward even when you stop pushing. It's trusting that creativity will come, that clarity will return, that meaning will unfold, if only you give it space. The greatest artists, philosophers, and warriors in history understood this balance between action and stillness. They knew that creation requires incubation, that before something great can emerge, there must be emptiness. The Japanese swordsman Miyamoto Musashi, one of the greatest warriors who ever lived, embodied this idea. Musashi wrote about the importance of stillness in his book, The Book of Five Rings. He said that the mind must remain calm and broad like the surface of a still pond, even in the midst of combat. For Musashi, mastery of the sword was not about constant movement, but about the control of movement, knowing when to act and when to wait. He believed that an unsettled mind leads to mistakes, but a calm mind can see openings that others miss. In this way, his discipline wasn't just physical, it was deeply spiritual. He trained his body to act, but his stillness gave those actions precision. Even in battle, he practiced a form of wu-wei. There's a kind of wisdom in that balance. Action without awareness becomes chaos. Stillness without purpose becomes stagnation. But when you combine the two, when you move from stillness, you find harmony. Musashi's stillness was not inactivity, it was preparation. The Taoists would call this the action of non-action. You do less but accomplish more. You stop wasting energy on control and allow the world to cooperate with you. It's a kind of surrender, but not the weak kind. It's the surrender that gives you real power, the power to see clearly, to act wisely, and to move effortlessly. In creative work, the same principle applies. The greatest breakthroughs rarely come from grinding harder. They come when you step back and give your mind room to breathe. That's why so many writers, inventors, and thinkers take long walks. Why artists sit in silence. Why scientists daydream. Creativity isn't born in tension, it's born in release. The mind is like soil. If you never let it rest, it becomes dry and barren. But if you give it time, if you allow it to lie fallow for a while, new life begins to sprout. Idleness, then, is not the enemy of creativity, it's the source of it. Even in modern neuroscience, this truth has been confirmed. When the brain is in a relaxed state, when you're not focusing on any specific task, the default mode network lights up. It's the same network responsible for imagination, introspection, and insight. This means that the moments you think you're wasting are often the most productive in ways you can't measure. When you're idle, your brain is sorting, connecting, and creating. It's laying the groundwork for new ideas without you even noticing. In other words, idleness isn't doing nothing, it's doing everything quietly. But to benefit from this, you have to learn to trust stillness. You have to resist the urge to fill it with noise. The Taoists often compared the mind to a bowl. If the bowl is full, you can't pour anything into it. But if it's empty, it can receive. The same goes for creativity. You can't create when your mind is constantly full. You have to empty it first. That emptiness, that idleness, becomes the space where inspiration can enter. The more you practice this, the more you realize that doing less often leads to doing better. When you stop forcing life to happen, life starts happening through you. You become more intuitive, more creative, more in tune with the natural rhythm of things. That's the heart of Wu Wei, living in a way that feels effortless because it's aligned with reality instead of resisting it. Musashi once wrote, "From one thing, know 10,000 things." He meant that when your mind is still, even one moment of insight can open endless understanding. But when your mind is restless, even 1,000 experiences teach you nothing. Stillness allows you to see the patterns behind things. It connects the dots that busyness keeps apart. That's why idleness is not wasted time. It's the birthplace of wisdom. The paradox is that to be truly effective, you have to be comfortable being idle. You have to trust that silence can do more than noise, that waiting can do more than rushing, that rest can do more than effort. Every part of nature obeys this law. Trees don't grow all year. They have seasons of stillness. The ocean has tides of motion and calm. Even the heart has a rhythm of contraction and rest. Why should the human mind be any different? Constant doing is unnatural. Balance is nature's way. When you embrace idleness as part of that balance, you stop fighting yourself. You stop measuring your worth by how much you produce. You start realizing that the most meaningful things, peace, insight, creativity, love, cannot be forced. They appear naturally when the mind is quiet enough to receive them. That's the hidden power of idleness. It teaches you how to live in harmony with the flow of life instead of struggling against it. So next time you feel bored or restless, don't rush to fill the space. Sit with it. Watch what happens when you stop forcing and start allowing. Let your thoughts drift like clouds. Let your body rest like a tree in the wind. You'll find that beneath the stillness, something is quietly working. Something intelligent, creative, and alive. The same energy that moves rivers and grows forests moves through you too. You don't need to control it, you just need to trust it. In that trust, you'll find a new kind of strength. The strength of not needing to force things, the strength of being in tune with the way of life itself. That is the essence of Wu Wei. That is the hidden power of idleness. It's not weakness, it's wisdom disguised as rest, creativity disguised as calm, and strength disguised as silence. The greatest form of freedom today is not the freedom to do whatever you want. It's the freedom to not do what everyone else is doing. In a world that never stops talking, real liberation begins when you choose silence. That's the essence of digital fasting. The deliberate act of disconnecting from the constant noise of screens and reconnecting with your own mind. It's not a punishment or a moral rule, it's a return. A return to focus, to depth, to presence. We think of fasting as something physical, giving up food for health or discipline. But your attention needs fasting just as much as your body does, because the modern mind is constantly snacking on notifications, feeds, videos, opinions, and noise, never giving itself a chance to feel hunger for stillness, for thought, for real life. Digital fasting doesn't mean rejecting technology or moving to a cabin in the woods. It means creating small sacred spaces in your daily life where you can be unreachable. Not because you don't care about the world, but because you care enough about your own mind to protect it. The goal is not to live without devices, it's to stop living through them. It's to regain the ability to choose when and how you engage, instead of being dragged into an endless stream of distractions every time your phone buzzes. These moments of intentional disconnection aren't acts of restriction, they're rituals of freedom. Start small. Begin by reclaiming the simplest moments. No phones during meals. Eat with your full attention. Taste your food. Listen to the people around you, or to your own thoughts if you're alone. Notice how difficult it feels at first. Your hand might twitch toward your phone. You might feel an itch to check something, anything. That's not boredom, it's withdrawal. Your brain has been trained to expect a hit of stimulation every few minutes, and when it doesn't get it, it panics a little. This is the same pattern that happens in any addiction. It's the body's way of saying, "Where's my fix?" But if you resist, if you just breathe through that restlessness, something shifts. You begin to taste the quiet again. You start to remember what it feels like to simply be. Then extend that stillness further. No devices before bed. Give your mind a chance to cool down before you sleep. Our ancestors ended their days by candlelight, with stories, reflection, or prayer. Today we end them by staring into blue light, scrolling endlessly until we collapse into restless sleep. That glow isn't harmless. It keeps the brain wired, anxious, overstimulated. The mind never gets to exhale. Replacing that habit with something simple, reading a few pages of a book, journaling, sitting in silence, feels unnatural at first, almost empty. But after a few days, that emptiness turns into calm. Sleep deepens, dreams return. Once you start to feel that peace, you can build on it with longer fasts, what some call a digital Sabbath. Take one day a week where you go completely offline. No emails, no social media, no screens. Spend that day like a human being again, not a device operator. Walk outside, talk to someone without checking the time, cook something slowly, do something pointless like watching clouds or listening to rain. At first you'll feel restless, like something's missing. You'll reach for your phone out of habit. You'll feel the silence pressing against you, but stay with it. Because soon you'll realize it was never missing. It was you. Dopamine withdrawal is real. The first few days of disconnecting can feel like deprivation. You'll find yourself reaching for your phone even when you don't need it, just to check for that next little spark of novelty. That urge comes from the chemical imbalance created by constant stimulation. Every scroll, every like, every ping gives you a hit of dopamine, a pleasure signal that tells your brain something's happening, something's rewarding. The problem is, the more you feed that cycle, the less sensitive your brain becomes. It starts needing more and more stimulation just to feel normal. That's why silence feels unbearable at first. Your brain has forgotten how to rest. But when you stop feeding that loop, something remarkable happens. The brain recalibrates. It learns to find joy in smaller things again. The first stage feels like withdrawal, but the second feels like healing. After a few days of disconnection, you begin to notice small details again. The sound of birds in the morning, the texture of your food, the way light changes throughout the day. Your attention, once fractured, begins to return to you piece by piece. You start to feel present in ways that screens can't simulate. The world becomes richer, more vivid, more alive. You realize that attention is not something you give away, it's something you live through. And when you reclaim it, life feels fuller, even when less is happening. It's important to remember that digital fasting is not about perfection. You don't have to delete every app or reject technology entirely. It's about balance and intention. It's about reminding yourself that you are more than your notifications, that you exist even when no one is watching or posting or reacting. Each time you choose silence over scrolling, you strengthen the muscle of awareness. You teach your brain that peace isn't found in stimulation, but in presence. If you want to test yourself, try this simple challenge. 1 full day without your phone, turn it off and leave it in another room. Don't cheat. Go outside. Notice what your hands do without the constant habit of holding something. Notice how your attention shifts. You might find yourself reaching for your pocket again and again, only to find it empty. That moment of emptiness is your first real taste of freedom. The space where your phone used to be becomes a space for something else. Curiosity, thought, creativity. You might even start to feel your mind breathe again. During that day, you'll also notice something strange. The world doesn't fall apart. The messages you didn't read are still there when you return. The news keeps moving without you, and yet, you don't feel like you've missed anything important. Instead, you realize how much you've been missing by constantly being connected, missing the present, missing yourself. You start to see how much of your attention has been scattered across things that don't matter. It's a quiet awakening, not a dramatic one. You just start noticing again. After your first digital fast, you'll likely feel a deep sense of calm that you can't quite explain. You'll feel lighter, like you've taken off a heavy backpack you didn't know you were carrying. You might even notice that you're thinking more clearly. Ideas come more easily, emotions feel more balanced, time feels slower. That's what happens when your brain returns to its natural rhythm. It's no longer being pulled in 1,000 directions. It's focused, relaxed, alive. Once you've felt that, you'll want to protect it. You'll start setting small boundaries, not out of discipline, but out of self-respect. Maybe you'll stop checking your phone first thing in the morning. Maybe you'll decide that after 8 p.m., you're unreachable. Maybe you'll remove social media from your weekends. These aren't restrictions, they're acts of freedom. They're ways of telling yourself, my attention belongs to me. And every time you honor that boundary, you strengthen your independence from the machine that thrives on your distraction. The more you practice this, the more your relationship with technology changes. It becomes a tool again, not a master. You use it when you choose to, not when it demands you to. You start to see that most of what happens on screens is noise. Interesting maybe, but not necessary. The real life, the one that nourishes you, happens outside of them. It happens in the quiet moments of noticing, of being, of connecting, not with data, but with the world itself. Digital fasting brings you back to what's real. It teaches you to be present without needing a screen to mediate it. It reminds you that life is not something you consume, it's something you experience. And once you begin to experience it again, you realize how much you've been missing. You realize that the constant rush for connection was actually pulling you away from the most important connection of all, the one with yourself. So take that day, disconnect, walk without headphones, eat without scrolling, sit without checking, feel the restlessness, breathe through it, and wait. Soon, something deeper begins to rise, a sense of peace, clarity, and freedom. You start to remember that you existed long before these devices, and you will exist long after them. At first you'll feel like something's missing. Then you'll realize it was never missing, it was you. What if the secret to living your best life is to stop trying? Not trying harder, not setting more goals, not building a vision board or reading 5 more books or hacking your habits. Just stop trying, stop pretending, stop playing the game, stop chasing what everyone else says will make you happy. Because maybe the problem isn't that you're not doing enough. Maybe the problem is that you've been doing too much of the wrong thing. And no one knew that better than Diogenes, the ancient philosopher who didn't just walk away from society's expectations. He spat on them, laughed at them, and then pissed on them, literally and figuratively. Diogenes of Sinope wasn't your average philosopher. He didn't write elegant essays. He didn't build schools. He didn't sit in a marble lecture hall debating fine points of logic. He lived in a barrel, ate food from trash heaps, begged for scraps, and walked around the streets of Athens with a lantern in broad daylight, claiming he was looking for an honest man. He once saw a child drinking from a stream with his hands and immediately threw away his own cup, realizing he didn't need it. He crashed Plato's lectures to mock him, and when Alexander the Great, the most powerful man in the world, offered him anything he desired, Diogenes simply replied, "Yes, move, you're blocking the sun." This wasn't just performance art. This was philosophy in motion. Diogenes believed that most of our suffering comes not from what we lack, but from what we cling to. Status, approval, appearance, possessions, comfort. We build lives that look successful from the outside but feel empty on the inside. We chase the idea of happiness, constantly upgrading our routines, habits, devices, and identities, only to end up more anxious, more burned out, and more disconnected. Self-help today is often just self-optimization in disguise, a way of polishing the mask instead of taking it off. But Diogenes had a different idea, a radical one. What if the key to peace isn't addition, but subtraction? Cynicism, at least in its original philosophical form, is not about being negative. It's about cutting through the bullshit. Diogenes wasn't cynical because he hated people. He was cynical because he saw how deeply people had lost themselves in lies, the lie of needing to impress others, the lie of needing more to feel worthy, the lie of needing to fit in, to be safe. And so he stripped his life bare, not just physically but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. He chose a life of extreme simplicity not as a gimmick but as a direct path to freedom. He wanted nothing from anyone, and in that nothingness he found power. Modern culture teaches us to chase our best self. Be more productive, be more attractive, be more successful. But Diogenes asks, what if your best self isn't something you build, but something you uncover once you stop pretending? What if the point isn't to be better, but to be real? That's what this video is about. Not the 5 steps to productivity, not the latest stoic morning routine, but something deeper and more dangerous. The ancient art of not giving a damn about the wrong things. The path of subtraction. The savage, freeing, uncomfortable philosophy of living with less, but living more honestly. This is the cynic's guide to living your best life, and it all starts by asking, what are you willing to let go of? Because maybe, just maybe, that's the first step to being free. To understand Diogenes, we have to begin by stepping into a world very different from ours, yet eerily familiar. Ancient Athens, around the 4th century BCE, was a city at the height of its philosophical brilliance but also at the crossroads of cultural decay. Socrates had recently shaken the foundation of Athenian values by challenging everything from justice to virtue, only to be sentenced to death for corrupting the youth. In the wake of his trial, his legacy sparked new philosophical movements, each trying to answer the same question in different ways. What does it mean to live a good life? Plato sought to build an ideal world through reason. Aristotle leaned toward balance and moderation. But there was another school forming, led by Socrates' student Antisthenes, which took a more radical stance. Antisthenes believed that virtue wasn't about knowledge or theory, it was about action. And into this world of debate and upheaval walked a wild, uncompromising figure, Diogenes of Sinope. Diogenes wasn't born in Athens. He came from Sinope, a city on the coast of the Black Sea where he worked of all things as a banker. But something went wrong. According to legend, either Diogenes or his father was caught defacing currency, literally taking coins and altering their images, rendering them unusable. In ancient Greece, currency wasn't just money, it was a symbol of civic trust, of shared value. By corrupting it, Diogenes wasn't just committing fraud, he was challenging the very foundations of what society agreed had worth. He was exiled from Sinope and wandered, eventually arriving in Athens with nothing, but instead of trying to rebuild his reputation or start over quietly, he doubled down on his defiance. He took the defacing of coins, symbols of false value, and turned it into a lifelong mission, to deface every false value he saw in the world. In Athens, Diogenes became a student of Antisthenes, but not in the classroom sense. Antisthenes didn't want disciples, and when Diogenes tried to learn from him, Antisthenes beat him with a stick to drive him away. Diogenes didn't flinch. "Strike," he said, "for you will find no wood hard enough to keep me from you." That persistence earned him a place beside Antisthenes, and eventually Diogenes took his teacher's ideas further than anyone expected. While Antisthenes talked about living a virtuous life with minimal needs, Diogenes lived it, relentlessly, shamelessly, even offensively. He owned almost nothing. He slept in a large ceramic jar, sometimes called a barrel, on the street. He begged for food and drank from streams. He wore the same cloak every day, summer or winter. He made no effort to appear respectable. In fact, he did the opposite. He made a point of violating social norms in public, eating in the marketplace, urinating outside, even masturbating in public when he felt the urge. When people criticized him for acting like a dog, he didn't deny it, he embraced it. "Other dogs bite their enemies," he said. "I bite my friends to save them." He was called kynikos, dog-like, which is where the word cynic comes from. But don't mistake him for a lunatic or a clown. Diogenes wasn't just being outrageous for the sake of it. His actions were pointed. He believed that most people live in chains they can't see, bound by customs, expectations, social roles, and the never-ending desire for more. So he tried to shock people into seeing their own prison walls. When he defecated in public, he wasn't being crude. He was asking, why is this act, which is natural and necessary, considered shameful, while deceit and greed are not? When he begged for food, he wasn't being lazy. He was demonstrating that survival doesn't require wealth, and that our supposed needs are often luxuries dressed as necessities. He mocked the rich not out of jealousy, but to expose their fear and dependency on things he had already learned to live without. Diogenes would approach well-dressed men and ask them for money, not because he expected them to give it, but to remind them how little they owned of themselves. He would walk into Plato's academy, the most respected school of philosophy, and interrupt lectures. Once, after Plato defined a human as a featherless biped, Diogenes plucked a chicken and brought it to the academy, announcing, "Here is Plato's man." Plato eventually referred to Diogenes as Socrates gone mad, but Diogenes was neither mad nor ignorant. He was dangerous in the way only someone with nothing to lose can be, and his life wasn't aimless rebellion. It was a test of what really matters. His rejection of society was deliberate. It wasn't about avoiding pain or escaping discomfort. It was about choosing the right kind of discomfort. He voluntarily embraced what others feared: hunger, poverty, humiliation, loneliness, because in doing so, he became invincible to them. What could you threaten him with? He had no property to seize, no reputation to destroy, no fear of judgment. He had stripped himself down to the essentials, and in doing so, found a kind of strength that most of us can't even imagine. Diogenes didn't ask people to imitate his life literally. You don't have to live in a barrel to be free, but he did believe that everyone should question what they've been taught to value. He challenged people to examine their cravings, their comforts, their routines. To him, the only real wealth was self-sufficiency, the only real virtue was honesty, and the only real life was one lived according to nature, not social conventions. He didn't believe in theory without practice. He was the kind of philosopher who didn't need to write books because he was the book. His life was the philosophy. And this is the key to understanding Diogenes. He wasn't rebelling for the sake of it. He was rebelling to reveal something deeper, something true. Every insult, every crude act, every defiance was aimed at waking people up. He wanted them to feel the absurdity of their own behavior, to see that they were living like prisoners in golden cages, cages they built themselves. Diogenes wasn't just against society. He was for something better, a life of raw, unscripted freedom, a life of truth, no matter how uncomfortable. And the only way to reach it was to strip everything false away. That's why he matters, not just as a historical oddity, but as a mirror. Because when you look at Diogenes, you're forced to ask, what part of my life is built on illusion? What am I holding on to that I don't really need? What false values have I accepted just to fit in? That's the beginning of the cynic path, not destruction but excavation, not nihilism but truth. And Diogenes was willing to lose everything in order to find it. To understand cynicism, you have to let go of the modern meaning of the word. Today, when someone says he's such a cynic, they usually mean someone who distrusts everything, rolls their eyes at hope, and believes people are selfish or fake. But that's not what philosophical cynicism means, not even close. The original cynics were not bitter or hopeless. They were radically committed to truth, and they believed that to live well, you didn't need more advice, more things, or more theories. You needed to return to something ancient, something simple. You needed to return to nature. The word cynic comes from the Greek word kynikos, which means dog-like. It was meant as an insult, but Diogenes and his followers embraced it. To them, being like a dog meant living simply, instinctively, and without shame. Dogs don't wear masks. Dogs don't pretend to be what they're not. They eat when they're hungry. They bark when they're threatened. They sleep when they're tired. They don't play social games or chase status. They live naturally. And that's exactly what the cynics aim to do. Not in some primitive or animalistic way, but in a philosophical one. To be a cynic was to reject everything that pulled you away from your true nature, everything that complicated life, everything that made you less free. The first and most important principle of cynicism is this: live according to nature. That doesn't mean hugging trees or going camping, though they probably wouldn't mind that. It means living in a way that is aligned with who and what you are, at the core. A human being needs very little to survive: food, shelter, basic health, and a sense of connection. Everything else, expensive clothes, social media validation, career prestige, is extra. And the problem is, the more extras we accumulate, the more we depend on them, the more complicated our lives become. Cynics believe that by stripping all that away, by subtracting the false and artificial, you could return to what's real, and that's where freedom begins. The second core idea is the rejection of materialism and social status. Diogenes didn't just live in poverty because he had no choice, he chose it. He believed that needing nothing was the ultimate form of wealth. The fewer things you require to be happy, the harder it is for the world to control you. If you need a certain job, or a certain income, or a certain number of followers to feel worthy, then your peace is always at risk. But if you can be content with very little, then you're untouchable. You don't have to impress anyone. You don't have to win the game, because you're not even playing it. Diogenes often said, he has the most who is content with the least. And in a world that constantly pressures us to upgrade our lives, that kind of contentment is revolutionary. Third, cynicism is built on radical honesty, not just being honest with others, but with yourself. That means facing the hard truths you usually avoid, the ones you cover up with distractions or excuses. The cynic doesn't pretend. He doesn't wear a mask to please others. He doesn't lie to protect his ego. If he's weak, he admits it. If he's afraid, he owns it. If he doesn't know something, he says so. In a world obsessed with image and performance, this kind of honesty is rare and powerful. Diogenes didn't just preach this honesty, he lived it. That's why he did things in public that others were ashamed of. Not to shock, but to ask, why are you hiding? Who taught you to be ashamed of being human? Another essential part of cynic philosophy is the practice of stripping away everything unnecessary. This isn't minimalism as a lifestyle trend. It's deeper than that. The cynics believed that virtue, meaning strength of character, inner peace and wisdom, wasn't something you had to acquire. It was already inside you, but it was buried under layers of conditioning, desire, fear, and distraction. So their task wasn't to learn more or gain more, it was to unlearn, to simplify, to peel back all the layers and find what's essential. Think of it like sculpting. You don't add clay to make the statue, you remove it. You chip away until what remains is the truth. Now, some people confuse cynicism with stoicism, and it's true, they're closely related. Stoicism came later and built on some of the same ideas: self-sufficiency, control over desires, indifference to external opinions. But Stoicism is the polished, socially acceptable sibling. It's the clean-cut version you can practice in a business suit. Cynicism is the wild older brother who lives off the grid and couldn't care less what you think. Where Stoicism says bear hardship with dignity, cynicism says why suffer under rules that aren't real. Where Stoicism values self-control and inner strength, cynicism takes it further, into open rebellion against anything false or artificial. Both aim at freedom, but cynicism does it through confrontation and detachment from all social conditioning. The cynic is not a theorist. He doesn't sit around talking about virtue, he lives it. Diogenes once said, "A rich man is not one who has much, but one who needs little." He didn't publish books or give lectures. He demonstrated philosophy. Every act of his life was a critique of society and a lesson in freedom. When people asked him what he believed, he didn't respond with long speeches. He showed them with how he lived, what he rejected, what he endured. Cynicism, in this way, is a practice. It's not about believing in an idea, it's about removing what stops you from living it. And this is what makes cynicism so relevant today. Because we live in a time of massive complexity, constant distraction, endless consumption, social masks, and performance anxiety. We're told that to improve our lives we need to buy more, know more, do more. But the cynic whispers something different. You already have enough. You already are enough. But you've buried yourself under noise. And until you subtract that noise, until you unlearn what's false, you won't find peace. So no, cynicism isn't negativity. It's raw, direct, untamed truth. It's a path of radical simplification. Not to escape life, but to live it more honestly. It doesn't offer comfort, it doesn't promise happiness in the traditional sense, but it offers something deeper, integrity. The feeling of standing on solid ground, knowing that you're not pretending, not performing. You're just living as nature intended, nothing more, nothing less. That's the cynic's way. Cynicism isn't about being bitter or pessimistic. It's about cutting through the lies, yours and everyone else's. It's about subtraction, not addition, not building a new identity, but shedding the false ones. Not becoming someone else, but returning to who you've always been, once you've stopped pretending. Diogenes didn't believe in debating society, he believed in confronting it. And he did so not with theories or essays, but with actions so bold, shameless, and absurd that they forced people to confront their own values. He wasn't trying to win arguments, he was trying to hold up a mirror. His life became a kind of living satire, a performance art of raw philosophy, where every act was a punchline aimed at exposing the lies that held people captive. His target was always the same: hypocrisy. The way people claimed to value virtue, honesty, simplicity, but lived the opposite. So Diogenes played the fool to reveal who the real fools were. One of the most famous stories, almost mythic in its simplicity, involves Diogenes and Alexander the Great. At the time, Alexander was the most powerful man alive. He had conquered half the known world. He had armies, riches, palaces. And he'd heard of this strange philosopher who lived in a barrel and feared no one. Curious, Alexander sought him out. He found Diogenes sunbathing in the street, lying back with zero interest in royalty or military fame. Alexander approached and said something grand. "I am Alexander the Great." Diogenes looked up unfazed and replied, "And I am Diogenes the cynic." Amused, Alexander offered him anything he desired, expecting perhaps praise or a request for favor. But Diogenes simply said, "Yes, there is something. Stand out of my sunlight." That single line is more than a witty comeback. It's a philosophical nuke. Alexander stood for empire, ambition, and the idea that greatness comes from domination and achievement. Diogenes, by needing nothing, by asking for nothing but to be left alone, flipped the entire logic of power on its head. In that moment, the man with armies was powerless, and the man with nothing, lying half naked in the street, was freer than any king. Another target of Diogenes' philosophical roast was Plato. After Socrates died, Plato tried to formalize his teacher's ideas into a system. He opened the academy, structured virtue into categories, and pursued ideal forms. Diogenes thought this was pretentious nonsense. When Plato defined man as a featherless biped, Diogenes didn't write a rebuttal. He plucked a chicken and marched into the academy declaring, "Behold, Plato's man." Plato later added with broad, flat nails to the definition, but the point had already landed. Diogenes believed that overthinking led people away from reality. He wasn't impressed by intellectual games. He wanted action, truth, immediacy, but his critiques weren't always so poetic. Sometimes they were flat out disgusting, on purpose. Diogenes often ate in public, which was considered taboo in Athens. He urinated in public corners. He once defecated on the stage of a theater during a performance. He masturbated in the marketplace. He knew it shocked people. That was the point, to make them squirm, to make them ask, why does this offend me more than corruption, greed, or lies? Why is a natural bodily function considered shameful, but pretending to be someone you're not isn't? This was Diogenes' genius. He weaponized shamelessness, not for shock value, but as a tool to test the foundations of society's values. In a culture obsessed with manners, appearances, and hierarchies, he chose to be openly, defiantly animal. And in doing so, he asked a dangerous question. What parts of our behavior are actually meaningful, and what parts are just performance? Is shame something natural, or something we've been trained to feel? The most famous image of Diogenes may be the one of him walking around Athens with a lit lantern in broad daylight. People asked him what he was doing. He replied, "I am looking for an honest man." This wasn't a joke. It was a statement about the moral decay he saw around him. Everyone talked about justice and virtue, but most people, he believed, were motivated by selfishness, fear, and vanity. So he hunted for honesty, not in words, but in actions. And what he found over and over again was that people clung to roles and reputations, not to truth. Now fast forward to today. We don't live in ancient Athens, but the issues Diogenes attacked haven't gone away. If anything, they've evolved. In our time, society worships image even more obsessively. Social media is an endless performance stage where people curate identities, filter their flaws, and carefully present the life they want others to see. We live in an age of influencers, self-branding, and aesthetic perfection. Even authenticity has become a performance. In a world like this, Diogenes would be cancelled instantly. He would break every community guideline, he'd be demonetized, banned, reported. But that only proves his point. We fear disruption more than we fear dishonesty. We're more offended by rudeness than we are by systemic hypocrisy. Diogenes would see right through the influencer culture, the hustle culture, the self-help industry that promises empowerment while feeding on insecurity. He'd call it all out, bluntly, shamelessly, without apology. In fact, today's obsession with being on brand, staying likable, saying the right thing, avoiding offense, it's exactly the kind of soft slavery Diogenes lived to destroy. He wasn't interested in being liked. He didn't care about fitting in. He didn't even care about being remembered. He cared about freedom, the kind of freedom that comes when you stop caring about how you're perceived and start caring about whether or not you're living in truth. And this is where Diogenes becomes more than a provocateur. His actions may have been outrageous, but his motivation wasn't cruelty. It was compassion, in the rawest sense. He wanted people to wake up, to shake off the mental chains they didn't even know they were wearing. Every time he made someone uncomfortable, he was trying to pull them closer to reality, to peel back the layers of social programming and make them ask, why am I living this way? Who taught me to value this? What happens if I stop pretending? That's the art of the philosophical roast. Diogenes didn't insult people for fun. He exposed their contradictions. He held up a mirror and dared them to look. And while most people hated what they saw, a few got the message. Even Alexander the Great, after being roasted by Diogenes, supposedly said, "If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes," because in his heart even the conqueror knew that man was truly free. Diogenes understood something most people spend their entire lives avoiding, that true freedom isn't found in accumulation, it's found in letting go. In a culture that tells us to measure our worth by what we have, our income, our wardrobe, our car, our watch, our subscriber count, Diogenes flipped the script. He didn't want more. He wanted less. Not because he hated pleasure or comfort, but because he saw clearly that the more you need, the easier it is for the world to control you. And so, he decided to live with almost nothing. One of the most telling stories from Diogenes' life is about a bowl. He carried one with him to drink water, just a simple tool, one of the few possessions he owned. But one day, he saw a boy cupping his hands to drink from a fountain. Without a second thought, Diogenes threw away his bowl. If a child could drink with nothing, so could he. That moment wasn't just about reducing clutter. It was a philosophical decision. Every item he removed from his life was one less dependency, one less thing he had to carry, one less thing that could be taken from him. The more he gave up, the freer he became. At the end of his decluttering, all Diogenes owned was a cloak to wear, a bag for food, and a staff to walk with. That was it. No home, no furniture, no bank account, no plan for retirement. And yet, he wasn't anxious. He was autonomous. While others locked their doors in fear of thieves, Diogenes slept peacefully in the open. While others worried about promotions or property values, Diogenes woke up with the sun and lived each day as it came. He didn't have stability, but he had independence. He didn't have comfort, but he had peace. Now try to imagine that today. Imagine if someone chose to live without a phone, without a home, without social media, without status or ambition. We wouldn't call them wise, we'd call them crazy. We've been taught to equate wealth with success, consumption with self-care, and luxury with happiness. Scroll through Instagram or TikTok, and you'll see influencers flaunting their private jets, their designer wardrobes, their morning routines that require $300 skincare products. These images are sold to us as the pinnacle of living your best life. But are they really? Diogenes would say no, not just no, he'd laugh. Because what looks like freedom to us often isn't freedom at all. It's just a prettier kind of slavery. The more things you need to feel okay, the more fragile your peace becomes. If you need a high salary to feel secure, then your employer owns your peace. If you need a perfect body to feel lovable, then your mirror owns your self-worth. If you need constant stimulation to avoid boredom, then your phone owns your attention. That's not power, that's dependency in disguise. Diogenes' philosophy was simple. Own less and you'll fear less. Need less and you'll suffer less. By shedding possessions and desires, you become untouchable. You're no longer at the mercy of fortune, trends, or public opinion. When someone threatened him, he could shrug it off. What could they possibly take from him? He had already given up everything except what was truly his mind, his values, and his time. That's a kind of wealth few people today can imagine. This doesn't mean everyone should throw away their possessions and live in a barrel. Cynicism, at its core, isn't about poverty. It's about freedom from craving. It's not about refusing all comfort, but about not being ruled by it. There's nothing wrong with owning things. What matters is whether those things own you. Diogenes didn't just give up stuff. He gave up the fear of not having stuff. That's the real point. You can have a home, a job, a phone, but can you let go of them if you had to? Could you walk away and still feel whole? Our modern economy is built on convincing you that you're not enough. Every advertisement whispers that you're missing something. A better body, a better phone, a better life. And the solution is always to buy your way to fulfillment. But fulfillment doesn't come from more. It comes from less, from needing less, from simplifying your life until what's left is actually yours, not something you rented from the marketplace of trends and validation. There's a quote often misattributed but deeply aligned with cynic thinking: wealth is not having great possessions but having few wants. Diogenes lived that truth to the extreme. He trained himself to want almost nothing, not because he was miserable, but because he had discovered the joy of self-sufficiency. Imagine waking up and not needing to check your bank account, not needing to impress anyone, not needing to prove anything, just existing, simply, honestly, and fully. That's the cynic's version of wealth. He challenged the very definition of what it means to be rich. In one story, a group of wealthy men mocked Diogenes, saying, "If you would learn to flatter, you wouldn't have to beg." Diogenes shot back, "And if you would learn to beg, you wouldn't have to flatter." That was his power. He wasn't dependent on praise, approval, or money. He had nothing, but he lacked nothing, because his needs were aligned with nature, not with culture. And this raises an uncomfortable question for all of us. How much of what we chase is really necessary? How much of what we think we need is just conditioning? Could we be happy with less? Not because we're settling, but because we're finally free of the pressure to keep up? Diogenes wasn't living in lack, he was living in abundance. Not material abundance, but inner abundance. He had time, he had clarity, he had nothing to hide and nothing to fear. There's something deeply refreshing about that. In a world of endless scrolling, endless consuming, endless striving, Diogenes is like a reset button. He reminds us that the goal of life is not to collect trophies, but to uncover what you are when everything else is stripped away. You don't need more, you need less, but better. Less noise, less craving, less pretending, more truth, more peace, more freedom. The less you need, the more free you are. That's the cynic's version of success. Not how much you have, but how little you need to be at peace. Diogenes owned nothing, but he walked through the world untouchable, unbothered, and fully himself. And maybe that's the kind of wealth we should all be chasing. Diogenes didn't just reject wealth or status, he rejected something far more powerful: the need to be liked, the need to be accepted, the fear of being judged. He didn't just step outside the norms of society, he burned them down, lit the match himself, and then laughed while everyone stared. Because for Diogenes, true freedom wasn't just owning less or needing nothing, it was becoming immune to other people's opinions. Shame, he believed, was a weapon used by society to keep people small, obedient, and quiet. And if you wanted to be free, you had to kill the part of yourself that cared what others thought. That's why Diogenes did things we consider outrageous. He didn't do them for shock value, he did them to destroy the illusion of shame. He bathed in freezing rivers, even when others mocked him. He begged for food in daylight, something only the lowest of the low did in Athens. He urinated in public. He even masturbated in the street, something that still horrifies people to this day. But to him, these weren't acts of rebellion, they were acts of liberation. He wanted to prove that the source of your suffering isn't the act itself, but your fear of what others will think. You're not bound by nature, you're bound by opinion. And the only way to break the chain is to walk straight into judgment and feel it lose its power. In today's language, what Diogenes practiced would be called exposure therapy, a method used in modern psychology to treat phobias, anxiety, and PTSD. The idea is simple. Instead of avoiding what you fear, you slowly, repeatedly expose yourself to it. And over time, your brain stops seeing it as dangerous. The fear shrinks, the shame dissolves. For example, someone terrified of public speaking might practice by giving short speeches in front of a mirror, then to a friend, then to a group. Bit by bit, they desensitized themselves to the fear. Diogenes took this concept to its extreme. He made himself so familiar with judgment, rejection, and ridicule that it no longer touched him. He wasn't just tolerating criticism, he was immune to it. And here's the thing, he wasn't born that way. No one is. He trained himself to be shameless. He walked through discomfort over and over again until it became irrelevant. And that's the lesson for us. Because let's be honest, our lives today are shaped by fear of judgment in ways we don't even notice. Social media has made it worse. Every post, every photo, every comment, we're constantly scanning for approval. Did I get enough likes? Did I say something dumb? Am I being ignored? We curate our personalities like brands. We post what we think people want to see. We hide our weirdness. We edit our flaws. And somewhere along the way, we forget how to be real. Perfectionism feeds on this fear. So does people-pleasing. We want to say no, but we don't. We want to speak up, but we shrink. We want to rest, but we keep grinding so no one thinks we're lazy. So much of what we do isn't driven by desire, it's driven by avoidance. Avoiding disapproval, avoiding embarrassment, avoiding rejection. But Diogenes shows us another way. He teaches us that ridicule loses its teeth the moment you stop caring. That shame only has power if you give it power. Think about it like this. What if you wore your weirdness out in the open? What if you shared your real thoughts even when they weren't popular? What if you let people misunderstand you and didn't rush to explain? What if you stopped editing yourself? Diogenes didn't just live like no one's watching. He lived like everyone was watching and still didn't care. That's the kind of inner strength we need today. Not the strength to be liked, but the strength to be disliked without flinching. Now, obviously, you don't need to do what Diogenes did. You don't have to beg in the street or take cold baths or defy every social norm, but you can start noticing where shame shows up in your life. When you silence yourself in a conversation, what are you afraid of? When you put off starting something because you feel unqualified, who are you worried will laugh? When you apologize for taking up space, whose imaginary judgment are you reacting to? Trace those fears back, and you'll find a belief. I'm not allowed to be seen unless I'm perfect. Diogenes shattered that belief, and you can too. Start small. Say what you really think in a conversation, even if it makes you nervous. Wear something you like, even if it's not trendy. Share an opinion online without softening it to be more palatable. Let yourself be visible in your full, imperfect humanness. And when that fear kicks in, that tightening in your chest, that voice saying they're going to think you're stupid, remind yourself of Diogenes, the man who pissed in public and told the most powerful king in the world to move out of the way. The man who was freer in his ragged cloak than most people are in designer suits. The man who taught us that the moment you stop fearing shame, you start living. This is what cynicism offers. Not just a minimalist lifestyle, but a psychological revolution. You don't need to change who you are. You need to stop hiding who you are. You need to be willing to be seen, even if it means being misunderstood. You need to value truth more than approval. That's what Diogenes did every day of his life. And he died not as a martyr, but as a man who was never owned by anyone, not by fear, not by reputation, not by the system. To live freely, you must become indifferent to ridicule, not immune in the sense that you never feel it, but strong enough that it doesn't guide your actions. The real cage isn't judgment, it's the fear of judgment. Break that, and you can finally walk through the world unchained, like a dog in the sun, like Diogenes, untouched by shame, unapologetically alive. Living like Diogenes today doesn't mean throwing away your phone, quitting your job, or moving into a barrel. The modern world isn't ancient Athens, and most of us aren't interested in becoming barefoot street philosophers. But the spirit of cynicism, the raw, liberating power of needing less and fearing nothing, is more relevant now than ever. We live in a culture of compulsive consumption, curated perfection, and dopamine-driven distraction. Everything tells us to chase more comfort, more approval, more stuff. Being a modern cynic doesn't mean rejecting the world. It means rejecting the lies it sells you. It's a way of seeing through the noise and saying, I don't need this to be free. It starts with a mental shift. You begin to question your desires instead of automatically pursuing them. Cynicism teaches you to ask, why do I want this? Before you chase anything. Is it because it genuinely brings you peace or because it makes you look good? Are you pursuing a goal because it matters to your values or because it'll earn you praise? This is where the cynic journey begins, not with changing your habits, but with changing your thinking. Because if your desires are borrowed from advertising, culture, or your social circle, then your life isn't yours. And freedom begins the moment you start untangling which of your wants are truly yours and which were programmed into you. Once that mindset is in place, you can begin to experiment. You don't need to overhaul your life all at once. In fact, the best way to embody cynicism today is to test it, one act at a time. Try small practices that push you out of your comfort zone and loosen your attachment to things that don't really matter. Start with something simple. Go one full day without buying anything. No coffee, no online shopping, no food delivery, no transactions of any kind. Just observe how quickly the impulse to consume shows up and how uncomfortable it feels to say no to it. That discomfort is your edge. That's where growth begins. Another practice is the digital detox. Spend a full day or even just a few hours without your phone, laptop, or TV. No scrolling, no notifications, no digital background noise, You'll notice how much of your attention is usually outsourced to screens, how quick we are to distract ourselves from silence, from stillness, from boredom. Diogenes didn't fear boredom, he embraced it. He sat in the sun and watched people. He walked aimlessly. He talked to strangers. He was present with life in its rawest form. A modern cynic learns to do the same, not by rejecting technology completely, but by reclaiming control over their attention. Another way to build your cynic muscles is through cold exposure, literally. Take cold showers, walk in the rain without an umbrella, sit outside in winter for a few minutes without a jacket. These aren't just physical challenges, they're mental ones. They teach you to be okay with discomfort, to not panic the moment conditions aren't ideal. Comfort has become a drug in the modern world. Heating, air conditioning, Uber Eats, instant delivery, algorithmic entertainment, everything is designed to remove friction. But Diogenes would argue, you grow through friction. You learn what you're made of when life isn't perfectly controlled. One of the most powerful cynic practices is exposing yourself to harmless embarrassment. This can be anything from wearing mismatched clothes in public to singing loudly in a park to dancing badly in front of strangers. The goal is not to become an attention seeker. It's to break your addiction to approval. We spend so much energy managing how we're perceived, sculpting a version of ourselves that feels safe, acceptable, and likable. But Diogenes believed that the fear of looking foolish was one of the deepest prisons. So he intentionally did things that made others cringe, not because he enjoyed it, but because he didn't care. And that's the goal. To teach yourself that you can survive disapproval. That ridicule doesn't kill you. That being imperfect in public is not a moral failure. You might never live in a barrel, but you can find your version of it. The barrel in the modern world is any lifestyle that lets you live simply and freely without needing constant validation. Maybe that means living below your means, choosing a small apartment when you could afford something bigger. Maybe it means deleting your social media for a year and seeing what happens. Maybe it means quitting the job that pays well but costs your soul. The barrel is a symbol. It represents choosing your peace over other people's expectations. And in a culture obsessed with appearances, that's a radical choice. Another powerful skill of the modern cynic is learning to say no without apologizing. No to invitations that drain you. No to work that goes against your values. No to social obligations that feel fake. Diogenes didn't ask for permission to live on his terms, and neither should you. Most of us say yes out of guilt, habit, or fear of missing out, but every yes that goes against your truth is a form of self-betrayal. The cynic isn't rude, they're clear, they draw boundaries and stick to them. They don't explain themselves unless they choose to. They live from the inside out, not the outside in. The beauty of all these practices is that they aren't about self-denial. They're about self-ownership. Each time you resist a false desire, you reclaim a little more of your time, energy, and identity. Each time you choose discomfort over conformity, you remember that your power doesn't come from being liked. It comes from being honest. Diogenes wasn't trying to be a martyr. He was just trying to live in alignment with what he believed. And when you start doing that, even in small ways, you feel it. The quiet joy of not needing to pretend anymore. The calm that comes from knowing you aren't chained to a lifestyle you didn't choose. You don't need to live in a barrel, but you do need to question your comforts. Cynicism is not about giving up everything, it's about giving up the need for everything. That's where real peace begins. Not in controlling your environment, but in mastering your response to it, in learning to say, I am enough without the extras, in training yourself to be free even if the world never approves. And the best part, you don't need anyone's permission to start. Cynicism, as Diogenes lived it, is undeniably powerful, but it's not without its flaws. When we strip a philosophy down to its essence and hold it up as an ideal, it's easy to forget that even the most radical truths can cast long shadows. For all the clarity cynicism offers, there are limits to rejecting everything, and if we don't examine those limits, we risk turning a path of liberation into a trap of extremism. This isn't about dismissing Diogenes, it's about engaging with his philosophy honestly, including the parts that don't sit so easily with modern life. Let's start with the problem of extremism. Cynicism, by design, is radical. It doesn't ask for minor changes, it demands a total stripping away of societal norms, comforts, and attachments. That's what makes it so potent, but also so dangerous. When you reject everything, possessions, status, ambition, shame, social roles, what are you left with? For Diogenes, the answer was a kind of raw, natural freedom, but for others, especially today, it can quickly slide into nihilism. If nothing matters, if every institution is corrupt, if every norm is fake, if all desire is bondage, what's the point? Unlike Stoicism or Buddhism, which also teach detachment but within a framework of meaning and purpose, cynicism often stops at the destruction phase. It tears down illusions but offers little guidance for what to build in their place. That can leave followers adrift, hollowed out by rebellion but unsure where to go next. Then there's the issue of social withdrawal. Diogenes opted out of the world. He didn't try to fix society, he left it behind, physically and mentally. That was his answer to hypocrisy. Walk away. But what if you don't want to walk away? What if you want to stay in the world, have a family, run a business, be part of a community, and still live authentically? Cynicism doesn't offer much help there. It's a solitary path. It's built for the outsider, not the builder. Critics point out that total disengagement is a luxury not everyone can afford. Some people don't have the option to live with nothing, to reject the system. They have responsibilities, they have children to raise, people to care for, communities to support, and even if you can opt out, does that solve anything? Cynicism can free the individual, yes, but does it improve the world for anyone else? Rejecting the system is easier than changing it, but is that enough? There's also a more subtle danger in cynicism, the temptation of self-righteousness. For some people, rejecting social norms isn't about truth, it's about feeling superior. It becomes a performance. You stop caring not because you've let go, but because you want to appear untouchable. You start roasting people not to reveal truth, but to elevate yourself above them. This isn't real cynicism, it's ego in a different costume. Diogenes was harsh, but he had integrity. He lived his philosophy every minute of every day. But modern imitators might just be trying to be edgy, using honesty as a weapon instead of a tool. And when that happens, what was once a path to freedom becomes just another role to play, another illusion to uphold. Another criticism worth taking seriously is that cynicism, at least in its ancient form, can lack compassion. Diogenes was blunt, confrontational, even rude. He believed in truth at all costs. But modern life isn't lived in isolation. We're wired for connection. We work in teams, we build relationships, we support one another emotionally. There's a balance to be struck between honesty and empathy, between directness and sensitivity. Critics argue that cynicism overcorrects. It throws away the masks, but sometimes forgets the value of warmth, patience, and understanding. There's a difference between not needing approval and not caring about people. Telling the truth matters, but how you tell it matters too. If your honesty alienates everyone around you, you may win the argument but lose the connection. And in today's world, connection is often where the deepest growth happens. Finally, there's the practicality issue. Let's be honest, most people aren't going to live in a barrel. Most people can't live with nothing. And even if they could, would it make their lives better? Diogenes lived in poverty, but he chose it. For him, it was a weapon against the false values of society. But for many, poverty isn't a choice, it's a trap. Cynicism can sometimes romanticize suffering, as if discomfort alone is virtuous. But suffering isn't automatically noble. Sometimes it's just suffering. And while there's great power in learning to need less, there's also wisdom in building a stable life. The challenge is to apply cynicism selectively, to use its insights without burning your life to the ground, to take the principle, but not the extremism. You don't need to renounce everything. You just need to stop letting everything own you. That's where the metaphor of the barrel becomes useful. You don't need to live in a literal barrel. Your barrel might be your small apartment, your quiet refusal to join social media, your decision to take a lower-paying job that gives you peace. It might be as simple as not dressing to impress or saying no when everyone expects you to say yes. The point isn't to become Diogenes. The point is to remember what he stood for: freedom, truth, and self-sufficiency, and to find a way to live those values within the life you've chosen, not outside it. Cynicism is not a perfect system. It's not even really a system. It's more like a fire. It burns through lies, illusions, and vanity. But fire alone doesn't build a home. It clears the space. What you build in that space is up to you. That's where other philosophies, other disciplines, and your own inner wisdom come in. You don't have to choose between living like Diogenes and living in society. You can choose a third path, one where you engage with the world but refuse to be consumed by it. Cynicism is not an aesthetic. It's not a brand of minimalism or some edgy trend to post about on Instagram. It's a challenge, a radical confrontation with everything false. Diogenes didn't live in a barrel because he wanted attention. He lived there because he refused to lie. He refused to pretend that he needed what everyone else said he needed. He didn't want a better job or a better outfit or a better reputation. He wanted truth, and he was willing to lose everything else to find it. This is the core of cynicism, not the rejection of life, but the rejection of illusion, not about adding more, but stripping away what isn't real. You don't need to be richer, smarter, prettier, or more successful to live a good life. You just need to stop chasing what doesn't belong to you. The cynic doesn't offer a roadmap to success. He offers a shovel. He hands it to you and says, "Dig, remove everything that isn't you." You were born free. Then you signed up for a prison of comfort and conformity. That's the truth most people avoid. We become so wrapped up in our routines, our roles, our reputations, that we forget we weren't always like this. We weren't always afraid to speak our minds. We weren't always hungry for approval. Somewhere along the line, we traded authenticity for acceptance, truth for convenience, freedom for fitting in. Diogenes didn't make that trade, and neither do you have to. So here's the challenge. Right now, ask yourself, what's one thing I can discard today? Not something trivial, something real, a toxic habit, a fake persona, a need to impress, a desire you've been clinging to that isn't truly yours, one piece of mental or emotional clutter that's keeping you from living clearly. Just one. Start there, and don't look back. Because freedom doesn't come from having more, it comes from needing less. Peace doesn't come from being liked, it comes from being honest. The world will always try to dress you up, weigh you down, make you small, but you get to choose. You can walk away from the noise, you can let go of the lies, you can live like Diogenes, not in his barrel, but in his spirit. So choose truth over comfort, choose less over more, choose freedom over fitting in. And remember the words of the man who lived with nothing and feared no one. It is the privilege of the gods to want nothing and of godlike men to want little. Start now. Subtract what isn't you. See what's left. that is the beginning of a life that's truly yours.